We're starting to roll back into the hearing room here. Good to see everybody again. Mr. Prashala, do you have all of your representatives and witnesses impaneled at this point?
Let me take a look. I see Mr. Lepore.
So I've got Corey Sheehan, Tyler Sims, Brian Coshier, Vanessa Chase, Meredith Knopf,
Yes.
Zach somebody, Natalie, and Brian.
That is the team.
Okay, let's give my remaining two commissioners a few minutes to get here.
I'm here, I'm eating.
And there's Commissioner Cross. And I would note for the record that mid-morning Commissioner Oath joined us. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right. Well, this is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is Wednesday, December 7th. We are taking up docket 2102-00012. It is the PDC Energy Guanella Comprehensive Area Plan. We've taken public comment, and we've also heard from Larimer County as well as Weld County, and we're at that stage of the proceedings where we are to hear from the applicant about their presentation.
Well, great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director Murphy, staff, and members of the public in attendance. I'd also like to thank Mr. Maxey of Weld County and Ms. Johnson of the City of Evans for their presentations and contributions here earlier this morning. My name is Joe Pershala with the law firm Wellborn, Sullivan, Meck & Tooley, and I, along with my co-counsel Matt Lepore of Insight Energy Law, represent PDC Energy. We are pleased and proud to present PDC's Guanella Comprehensive Area Plan application. This application is the culmination of more than 3 years of planning and cooperative work with all stakeholders, including relevant and proximate local governments, state and federal agencies, surface owners, residents, and mineral owners. What will be presented, what will be presented to you today is a state of the science, fully integrated development proposal covering approximately 52 square miles. Presenting today for PDC are Mr. Lepore, outside counsel, Vanessa Chase, regulatory manager, Brian DeRose, surface land supervisor, Meredith Knauf, EHS supervisor, Brian Coshier, manager of operational compliance and policy, Natalie Svensson, senior community relations and sustainability analyst. And then we will also have available to answer commissioner questions, Zach Leisenfeld, the EHS professional, Corey Sheehan, senior surface land negotiator, and Tyler Sims, land advisor. PDC's application requests that the commission approve the Guanella Comprehensive Area Plan covering approximately 33,427 acres in townships 4 and 5 north, ranges 65, 66, and 67 west in Weld County, Colorado. The cap acreage is proposed to be developed from just 22 optimally sited oil and gas locations with up to a total of 466 horizontal wells. This cap application includes the following requested relief. A request to extend the cap duration from the presumptive 6 years to a 10-year duration. A request to convey to PDC the exclusive right to operate and develop the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, and Carlisle formations within the cap area. A request to extend the expiration of any approved oil and gas development plan, drilling and spacing unit, Form 2A and Form 2 to the time that the cap expires. A request to exempt PDC from having to provide a Rule 303A5 cumulative impact evaluation for each individual oil and gas development plan application that covers lands within the cap area. We also request to expedite commission review of any oil and gas development plan applications that are submitted within the cap area. And finally, a request to grant preliminary siting approval of the 22 oil and gas locations within the cap. PDC has secured leasehold interest covering not less than 90% of the mineral estate within the cap boundary and is therefore an owner with the right to drill and was standing to maintain the application. With respect to local government, governments, as you'll hear from PDC's representatives, PDC has worked hand in hand with the relevant and proximate local governments during the development of the CAP proposal. There are 3 relevant local governments: Weld County, from which you heard from Mr. Maxey earlier today, and who stated that Weld not only supports, but has also approved the CAP plan of development in its entirety. The City of Evans, again, you heard earlier from Ms. Johnson, who supports the preliminary siting approval, and which also submitted 2 letters of support for the CAP, a May 7th, 2021 letter and a November 23rd, 22 letter. The City of Greeley is the 3rd relevant local government, and it too submitted a November 23rd, 2022 letter expressing its support for the CAP, and more specifically, support for preliminary siting approval for the 2 oil and gas locations within its land use jurisdiction. There are 4 proximate local governments: Milliken, LaSalle, Johnstown, and Gilchrist. These proximate local governments have been consulted on all aspects of the development plan and have no objection to the plan being approved. With regard to notice, PDC delivered via certified mail notice of the director's completeness determination, the notice of the hearing, and a copy of the application to all parties entitled to notice under Rule 314. As you will hear, in addition to the Rule 314 notice requirements, PDC has engaged in a robust community outreach program, going far beyond commission rule requirements in an effort to make contact with each affected stakeholder within the CAP, and more specifically, those residents within 2,000 feet of the 22 proposed oil and gas locations for which PDC is seeking preliminary siting approval. Importantly, no petitions were received from any of the parties entitled to notice under Rule 314. There was only 1 petition to request party status received, and that was filed by Larimer County. Larimer County is neither a relevant nor proximate local government. Nevertheless, PDC met with Larimer County as well as representatives from the Air Pollution Control Division to address Larimer's concerns. PDC shared with Larimer County its most recent and accurate air emissions data submitted in support of the CAP. And following that meeting, Larimer County withdrew its petition in whole. Thus, as of today, there are no outstanding petitions opposing this CAP. On November 28th, 2022, the director issued the director recommendation, which did determine that PDC's application sufficiently demonstrates compliance with Rule 314, that the director has evaluated the proposed operations and potential impacts to public health, safety, and welfare, and the environment and wildlife resources, and recommended that the commission grant the application. PDC respectfully submits that the Guanella CAP satisfies all elements of Rule 314, that the application is in accord with the Conservation Act, and requests that the commission approve and grant the relief requested in the CAP application. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Lepore for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Pashala. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Murphy. I'd like to begin this afternoon by inviting you to time travel with me back to 2014. There were 68 drilling rigs running in Colorado that year, and operators spud 2,105 new wells. In the DJ Basin, it was not unusual for 3 different operators to be running a rig on 3 separate well pads, all within a 3 square mile area. 2014 was also a time of significant concern over local control. Seeking to address those concerns, in September, Governor Hickenlooper convened the multi-stakeholder task force on local and state regulation of oil and gas operations. In the run-up to the task force, the governor asked the Department of Natural Resources and COGCC to develop a no-holds-barred list of regulatory, policy, or legislative changes that would help avoid, minimize, or mitigate oil and gas development impacts to the greatest extent possible. At the top of that list was encouraging operators to use comprehensive drilling plans, now known as comprehensive area plans. Although there was a CDP rule in place, operators were not using it, largely because the effort required outweighed the perceived benefits. COGC staff reasoned that CDPs would require operators to engage in larger scale, long-range planning with local governments, citizens, and other stakeholders. CDPs would allow greater local control over where surface operations were located and would facilitate cooperation with respect to infrastructure needs such as pipeline rights of way and access roads. Finally, pooling or unitizing large acreage positions would provide more and better surface location options than traditional spacing units did. Let's come back to 2022. Much has changed in those 8 years. Senate Bill 19-181 and the mission change rulemakings have driven some of that change. Technological advances, such as reduced drilling time for long horizontal lateral wells, have driven change. And industry's recognition of the need to collaborate more closely with surface owners, mineral owners, local governments, and neighbors has driven change. For example, throughout the DJ Basin, operators, including PDC, have voluntarily swapped acreage to consolidate their mineral holdings and make CAP development more feasible. PDC's Guanella CAP is an extraordinary opportunity to leverage all of those changes and fulfill the promise of landscape level planning as we envisioned it in 2014 and as you have embodied it in Rule 314. That rule encourages operators to develop CAPs and states the Commission intends for CAPs to facilitate evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts from oil and gas development in a broad geographic area while avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources through systematic planning of infrastructure location, best management practices, and centralizing facilities. Commissioners, I believe PDC's Guanella CAP is the most complete realization of the possibilities envisioned by Rule 314 presented to you to date. Nearly 3 years in the making, PDC has conducted a rigorous cumulative impacts analysis across the entire 50 square mile CAP. It has optimized its surface locations through relentless engagement with all stakeholders, and it has committed to groundbreaking, state-of-the-science best management practices that will protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. As you heard from Mr. Maxey, Weld County, the primary relevant local government, has approved the Guanella CAP and recorded a final order to that effect with the county clerk and recorder. Each of the 5 proximate local governments support the CAP, which means those local governments believe the proposed oil and gas locations are compatible with their long-term land use development plans. The CAP is a triumph of collaborative planning with all stakeholders, from surface and mineral owners to neighbors, to relevant, proximate, and at least one remote local government, and the regulatory agencies, including CPW, Air Pollution Control Division, Water Quality Control Division, and of course, COGCC. PDC's alternative location analysis was exhaustive, probably exhausting too, encompassing 125 potential sites, which it initially refined down to 33 and then further reduced to 25 locations at the time of Weld County's pre-application meeting in April. Following the pre-app meeting, PDC made yet further reductions down to just 22 highly optimized, interconnected, and interdependent locations from which it will develop more than 50 square miles. PDC honed its site selection through open, honest, two-way communication in which it listened to stakeholders, heard them, and retooled its plans to meet their concerns. Mr. DeRose will provide siting and ALA details for you. Those of you who have toured the locations with Mr. DeRose know that he knows these communities, the landowners, the DI communities, the local government officials, and others as friends and neighbors. Seen through the avoid, minimize, and mitigate rubric, there are 5,985 property owners within the CAP boundary. Refining the planned surface locations cut the number of RBUs within 2,000 feet of a location by more than half, from 373 initially to 149 today. That means PDC has avoided and certainly minimized impacts to 97.5% of the RBUs within the cap. That is an exceptional outcome by any measure and still more amazing considering the cap's vast size. As you will hear from Mr. DeRose, of the 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet, 107 of those, or 72%, are at least 1,500 feet from a location. Turning to mitigation, PDC will deploy an unprecedented set of A++ best management practices at every oil and gas location within the cap, regardless of the distance to receptors. Paramount among these are electric drilling rigs, electric powered production equipment, three-phase pipeline takeaway, and tankless hydrocarbon storage design at every location. Collectively, PDC estimates these mitigation measures and others will lower VOC emissions within the cap by 73% compared to current operations. In addition, they will dramatically reduce truck traffic, noise and odors, minimize spills and releases, and allow rapid response to incidents should they occur, even at unmanned locations. Building out the transmission lines and the midstream pipeline capacity throughout the cap are essential components of PDC's ability to achieve the precedent-setting BMPs that all stakeholders want. PDC and its electric utility and midstream partners need certainty to budget, plan, permit, and build the infrastructure. Preliminary siting approval is that certainty. PDC cannot commit to electric drilling and production operations or three-phase pipeline takeaway at a location that does not receive preliminary siting approval. With respect to wildlife, PDC has developed a cap-wide wildlife protection plan and will have site-specific wildlife plans for all locations. Consultations with CPW regarding wildlife mitigation measures are ongoing. PDC's avoid, minimize, and mitigate strategy also includes plugging and abandoning 287 of its own existing vertical wells within the cap. PDC is coordinating with other operators to plug and reclaim an additional 289 existing wells. Reclaiming all of those wells would result in 510 fewer surface acres being occupied by oil and gas development. Mr. Cocchiere will provide details about the leading edge technologies and mitigation measures PDC will deploy throughout the cap. PDC is engaged with Weld County and the 5 proximate local governments continuously throughout its cap planning. Local officials know where the planned oil and gas locations will be and how many wells will be on each. They know where the access roads will be and when PDC plans to construct the location, commence drilling, complete the wells, and bring them onto production. The relevant local government's approval of the cap and proximate local government support of all 22 locations are critical factors to the success of cap development. Their approval and support say that PDC's planned locations are compatible with their future land use. To effectuate their own long-term land use plans, these local governments must know where PDC's oil and gas locations are going to be built. As you heard Mr. Maxey say, they want surface developers to know where the locations will be, and they want future home buyers to know as well. Settling on the locations today by granting preliminary siting approval to all 22 locations is the best result for everyone for purposes of land use planning. Commissioners, the Guanella cap was not possible in 2014. It was not possible 5 years ago. Indeed, it was not possible just 2 years ago, as the long reach lateral wells PDC has agreed to drill are still an emerging technology in the DJ Basin. The Guanella cap is a bold, of the moment, state of the science approach to oil and gas development. If approved as presented, it would fulfill PDC's aspiration to set a new national standard for responsible, environmentally protective onshore oil and gas development. PDC respectfully asks the Commission for 5 yes votes to approve the 50 square mile cap and all 22 locations within it. I will now turn the microphone over to PDC's gifted subject matter experts, beginning with Ms. Vanessa Chase, who will begin the deeper dive into the Guanella Cap application.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Vanessa Chase, Regulatory Manager for PDC. I'd like to start out with some brief information about who we are. PDC is a Colorado company, and we have a slogan that simply states community matters. It means we seek to create relationships and foster opportunities for two-way communication. It means we live in and give back to the communities where we work, forging strong partnerships in cities and towns across Weld County, including those within or near the Guanella Cap boundary. Partnerships are not created overnight. We have been building trust here for decades, maintaining safe operations through our numerous standard operating procedures, and we are eager to continue that work into the future. Next slide. As a testament to the Community Matters slogan, PDC is immensely involved in charitable engagement year after year, whether it be through donations, volunteering, or giving land back to the community with the thousands of wells we have plugged and reclaimed. One of the projects we would like to highlight is the engagement with a key stakeholder in all of our operations, the local emergency responders. Our environmental health and safety staff regularly communicate with local fire departments and first responders in the areas where we operate. We also invest in their equipment, infrastructure, and people to improve emergency response in our communities, regardless of the circumstances. Next slide. Next slide. The Guanella Cap is planned for a total of 22 surface locations with preliminary siting approval and will develop up to 466 new horizontal wells. The local governments within the cap boundary include Evans, Gilchrist, Greeley, Milliken, and Platteville, with Johnstown being a proximate local government to the cap boundary. As I previously mentioned, at PDC, safety and community is at the core of all of our planning and development activities. The development of the Guanella Cap was a collaborative process with all stakeholders where we initiated consultation early and often, listened to feedback, and initiated revisions to the ultimate plan, whether it be location consolidation or changes to the development schedule. Initial consultations with all relevant and proximate local governments, as well as external stakeholders such as fire departments, CDPHE, CDOT, CPW, BLM, and our midstream and utility partners, Excel, Poudre Valley REA, DCP, and Chevron were kicked off in 2021, where they had a seat at the table in the development review process from a long-range planning perspective. Throughout all consultations, the most frequently asked question was around the timing of operations. Specific to the fire departments as a stakeholder in our CAP operations, as Mr. Maxey presented, all fire departments within the CAP boundary had the opportunity to request changes to the emergency action plan as part of the Weld County CDP process. We are also committing to meet annually with all local emergency responders regarding our Guanella Cap operations throughout the life of the project. Subsequent to the CAP application completeness determination, formal consultations were conducted with the stakeholders previously mentioned, where we gained full support of our application and ultimately our plans for execution. Next slide. The Guanella Cap application is requesting a 10-year duration to support execution of the development timing shown on this illustration, where blue indicates drilling and green indicates completion operations. This long-term scheduled and phased approach allows PDC the ability to commit to excellence and provide long-term plans to our stakeholders, including the communities in which we operate, all while implementing best-in-class BMPs. As there are proposed locations on the schedule within high priority habitat, PDC is committing to continue consultations with CPW to be mindful of high priority habitat timing stipulations and to ensure operations at the locations with sensitive wildlife areas nearby maintain the utmost protection and have the full support of CPW. Next slide. The oil and gas development plans are planned to be submitted in line with the development schedule previously shown. There will be a total of 6 OGDP submittals that will contain an average of 4 locations. The first OGDP will contain 2 locations for the first wells that will be drilled in early 2024. PDC is making OGDP submittal commitments above and beyond the rule requirements. These commitments include a Form 2B submittal, updating high priority habitat information within the wildlife maps, providing updated cultural distances and land use shall there be any changes from the original plat packages within the application, a full suite of site-specific operational plans, and lastly, a commitment to update operational BMPs shall there be any technological advances from the time of CAP approval. Next slide. Comprehensive area planning has paved the way for PDC to implement A+ BMPs for all locations, regardless of the number of receptors. The longer planning period and preliminary siting approval allow PDC to work with our midstream and utility partners to ensure availability for execution. It has provided the opportunity to create a CAP-wide wildlife protection plan, as well as a full evaluation of cumulative impacts for 15 years. Given the opportunity to plug and reclaim the legacy wells within our proposed development area, we are able to provide a net benefit of 510 acres back to the community. Additionally, by using the information submitted for the 2021 Colorado emissions inventory, we are able to provide an estimated reduction of the VOC emissions by approximately 58% year over year. I will now turn it over to Brian DeRose to provide a deep dive into the surface aspects of our CAP application.
Thanks, Vanessa, and good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Brian DeRose, Surface Line Supervisor at PDC. Let me kick off this portion of the presentation with the evolution of the Guanella CAP application. While the Guanella CAP has been noted as being heavily worked internally by PDC team for over 2 years, I wanted to take a few moments to step back and highlight the origin of this project dating back to December 2018 under SRC Energy, predecessor to PDC Energy, as so much of these lands interactions have meshed together. The prior work done by the SRC team in the area and communication with local governments and community stakeholders has created much of a catalyst to the CAP application that is before you today. As indicated on this slide, SRC began initial consultations with local governments, including Weld County, COGCC staff, and surface owners in January 2019 as a comprehensive drilling plan, otherwise CDP, under the Mountain View name. The proposed lands covered approximately 24,000 acres. This started a long venture to secure surface locations by the way of surface use agreements and oil and gas leasing in the area. In March of 2019, SRC held 2 in-person community meetings inviting all surface owners within the CDP lands. As a result, these meetings turned up just over a combined 200 stakeholders that allowed for a great platform of information related to the project. In May 2019, SRC formally submitted its CDP application with COGCC. Post-submittal, there were lots of discussions about rule changes specifically related to SB 181. By September 2019, a merger was announced that SRC would be merging with PDC. Rule changes and a merger on the horizon put Mountain View CDP application on much of a hold status. Next. While new implementations of SB 181 and Weld County Code were being revised, PDC never dropped the baton with its stakeholders, surface owners, and community leaders in the area. In fact, post-merger and rule changes with state and local, PDC formulated a plan internally to adhere to the new standards and revise the application best suited for public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. This consisted of looking at locations in the area through a revised lens. We tailored consultations with surface owners and added an additional 9,000 acres of mineral developable lands by consolidation, emerging technologies, and best-in-class BMPs. Once the tweaks had been made, PDC began its new application under the Guanella CAP. March of 2021 kicked off initial consultations with all local governments, CPW, CDPHE, and BLM. Several update meetings with local governments and COGCC staff occurred in 2021 while we were dialing in a robust CAP application. By the end of 2021, PDC began engaging the community members within 2,000 feet. At the time, the 25 locations within the CAP by the way of an in-person meeting and virtual option thanks to COVID-19. Ms. Svensson will be highlighting these statistics and feedback we received at not only this community outreach meeting, but others through 2022 later on in this presentation. On December 15th, 2021, PDC filed its over 2,000 page CAP application with COGCC that included, but was not limited to, a detailed alternate location analysis and plat package for each site. On April 4th, 2022, PDC participated in a very productive Weld County pre-application meeting that consisted of all local municipalities in the CAP, COGCC staff, and CPW. During this meeting, we went site by site, which at the time was presented at 25 locations. The critical feedback from stakeholders helped PDC propel its application and make modification that has resulted in 3 fewer sites with additional feedback timeline alterations. Summer and fall of 2022 was a busy one for PDC as we formally submitted our CDP application with Weld County and revised CAP application with COGCC. These initiations began our formal community engagement with all owners within the boundary of the CAP that consisted of nearly 6,000 stakeholders. Engagement this fall included notices, invitations, 3 in-person community meetings, and 1 virtual town hall. Overall, this project has had a long 3-year journey, several touch points with many stakeholders that includes a lot of feedback, which has morphed this application in what you see today in the Guanella CAP. Next. Now let me take you through a side-by-side aerial view comparison of the original Mountain View CDP and the proposed Guanella CAP. You'll note the Mountain View CDP on the left side of your screen encompasses just 24,000 developable acres from 33 surface locations represented in the yellow. PDC's proposed Guanella CAP is displayed on the right-hand side of your screen, which embodies an extended 9,000 developable mineral acres, mostly in the northwest corner and the northeast corners, otherwise hard to reach areas without emerging operational technologies. This totals 33,427 developable acres from 22 strategically situated surface locations that all complement each other, which brings this holistic comprehensive area plan together. Next slide. In summary, the lens of mission change rulemaking morphed this application as best in class. SRC 2019 Mountain View CDP from 33 locations, 24,000 acres, approximately 373 RVUs within 2,000 feet, on average 2 acres per well disturbance with no electrification or tankless commitments or cumulative impact analysis, to PDC's original CAP filed in December of 2021 to 25 locations, 33,427 developable mineral acres with fewer locations and 197 RVUs within 2,000 feet. Only 3/4 of an acre per well surface disturbance with added electric drilling rigs and production facilities and a full cumulative impact analysis. As time progressed and feedback from local governments and stakeholders weighed in, PDC made alterations to its Guanella CAP and filed an amendment in June 2022 that reduced its locations from 25 to 22, further reducing RVUs within 2,000 feet down to 149 and improved a complete tankless hydrocarbon storage setup at its facilities. That's a reduction of 224 RVUs within 2,000 feet, a reduction of 1.21 surface acres per well, and 9,000 more mineral developable acres, and a full commitment to electrify all locations and move to a tankless storage setup at each site over this 3-year project lifespan. Next slide, please. Now that we've discussed the evolution of the Guanella CAP project, I'd like to now spend some time discussing highlights of PDC's holistic development plans, site selection process, and alternate location analysis that PDC used to select the 22 locations within the CAP. I'll also detail our local government engagement and specifically at the pre-application, as Jason Maxey mentioned prior. Each location was strategically handpicked in the essence of mitigating any potential impacts to public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. The Guanella Cap alternate location analysis was a two-pronged approach. How do we unilaterally pick the best sites given the known cultural features? And how does each one of these 22 surface locations complement each other, providing for a holistic area plan? While the ALA process is not necessarily a new process to PDC and one that we've always utilized in some form or fashion during our site selection analysis, it is something that we took a deeper dive into after the new local and state rulemakings in 2020. These rulemakings provided PDC and really the industry as a whole with a new perspective on how we responsibly develop minerals in the DJ Basin. As you'll see in the upper left-hand corner of this slide here, PDC assessed 125 potential locations in which to develop the Guanella Cap. Each of these potential 125 locations in which are depicted as gray boxes on the larger map. And in doing so, we confirmed the 22 locations we are proposing today, depicted as green boxes on the map, are in fact the preferred or least impactful locations in which to do so. So what kind of impacts does PDC consider when we're conducting our site selection or ALA process? Our considerations include, but are not limited to, proximity to building units, operational feasibility. Does this location meet the standards of our site-by-site risk assessment for development? Impact to future land use. Will this have negative impacts on future development, or are there pending development plans in the area? If this site is being planned on lands that are intended for long-term farming operations, will the surface and/or tenant be negatively impacted by the site of future operations? Proximity to cultural features, environmental concerns such as wildlife corridors, raptor or eagle nests, prairie dogs, burrowing owls, wetlands, floodplains, designated surface water, and much more. Access to location. Does PDC believe we can construct or utilize an existing access that is safe with minimal impacts not only to the surface owner, but the surrounding community as well? Surface owner negotiations. PDC wants to be a partner with our landowners or stakeholders, and these proposed locations have to be locations that not only work for PDC, but work for the surface owner as well. And last but not least, geology. Let me pause here and provide you with one example after knocking on more than 125 doors. My team and I shared many conversations with folks in this community, whether that be over a hot cup of joe or some split pea soup. The people in this community, they know PDC, they know our product, from countless mailers to how we conduct our operations. It wasn't uncommon for an owner of these 125 evaluated sites to tell me, Brian, I'd love to have a location on my farm. And unfortunately, I'd have to let them know, sorry, but your home would be 500 feet or less from the proposed location, and it's just a no-go. However, Mr. Jones, we will drill the new wells from your neighbor's place, and I'd be more than happy to get the vertical PDC well and facility plugged and reclaimed out of your front yard. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned in the timeline, PDC participated in the Weld County pre-application meeting in April 2022 that was fully attended by all local governments in the CAP, as well as COGCC staff and CPW. This was a pivotal milestone in PDC's Guanella CAP application. During this meeting, Ms. Kelly Holliday hosted critical discussion points, including comprehensive level planning, location by location review analysis, alternate location deep dives, haul route patterns, development schedule timing, and refined local government outreach. The exhibit on the right-hand side of your screen is an exact snippet example of just how Weld County went site by site. As we begin to run through each location interactively, Weld turned on every cultural layer ranging from RBUs with buffers at 500, 1,000, and 2,000 feet. Also included were wildlife, municipal boundaries, and floodplain layers. This drove the discussion, and collectively as participants in the meeting, pinpointed the best locations with the least impacts to public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. As a result of the full day Weld County pre-application meeting, PDC had some significant self-reflection. We took the feedback from Weld County, CPW, and other local municipalities, which drove elimination of locations by extending laterals, consolidation of location and facilities, deeper dive into alternate locations, development execution schedule adjustments, haul route modifications, and additional best management practices. PDC feels this meeting accomplished the very spirit of SB 181 and provided great collaboration for robust, no stone unturned Guanella CAP application. Next slide, please. So what exactly changed post-pre-app? After much internal discussion and lots of push and pull amongst the teams, here are the major changes. I've also represented the changes in yellow on the slide, so you may follow along with me. Elimination of the entire Flatiron location. This reduced the total RBU count by 29, 2 RBUs less than 500 feet from the location. Elimination of the Sill location, which reduced the total RBU count by 4, 2 of those which were less than 1,000 feet from the location. Consolidated Oxford facility from a standalone location to adjacent to the well pad. This change took the proposed standalone working pad surface of the Oxford facility outside of an HPH and floodplain riparian area. Reduction of wells and surface area at the capital location, further reducing the number of RBUs within 2,000 feet by 12. Extension of the wellbore laterals at the Quandary location, extension of the wellbore laterals at the Sanford State location, accelerated development timing at the Blackburn and Capitol locations based on feedback from the town of LaSalle. PDC moved the development timing of both these locations by 3 years, taking them from a Q2 2027 to a Q3 and Q4 of 2024. Avoidance of traffic through downtown LaSalle via Weld County Road 39. And lastly, avoidance of traffic through Gilchrist town limits via Weld County Road 42 and Weld County Road 31. Next slide, please. The largest change to this application was the elimination of the Flatiron pad. While PDC was confident in our abilities to develop this location while mitigating any potential impacts to public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources, the concerns expressed by both the state and Weld County regarding proximity to RBUs encouraged PDC to revisit our development plans to see if there was a potential to develop these areas in a different manner. At the Sanford State, we extended the laterals from 1.5 miles to 3.25 miles, 3.25 mile laterals. At the Quandary location, we extended the eastbound wellbores from 1.25 mile laterals to 3 mile laterals. Additionally, we reoriented the Capitol wellbores northbound and reduced the well count to provide for a reduction in surface area needed to execute the pad. Overall, this Tetris change of events paved the way for 41 less RBUs within 2,000 feet. As you can note, by many alterations depicted in yellow, the elimination of just one pad set off a chain reaction to the pads in the area. This is a product of comprehensive area planning, all the more reason for the need to have preliminary siting approval. Next slide, please. At the Maroon, Bells, and Sill locations, PDC completely eliminated the Sill location by consolidating it with the Maroon Bells pad. This increased the Maroon Bells pad from an 8-well pad to a 24-well pad. Consolidation of these pads eliminated 4 RBUs within 2,000 feet and provided a safe haul route from County Road 42 rather than from Highway 60. Next. At the pre-application meeting, we took CPW's comments regarding the Oxford facility and went to work. Through additional discussions with the surface owner, PDC was able to relocate the Oxford production facility working pad surface to be located adjacent to the well pad rather than in a high priority habitat. Originally, we were driven to this location for the essence of trying to bundle existing production facilities with new facilities. However, through many consultations with CPW and the surface owner, locating the facility next to the well pad will serve much better environmentally and operationally. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll note a breakdown of our residential building unit count by each location. What's important to note is that of the total 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet of all the pads combined in the Guanella cap, 10% are located between 500 and 1,000 feet. More than 50% of those folks being surface owners, tenant farmers of the lands, or relatives of surface owners. 18% of the RBUs within 1,001 to 1,500 feet, and majority of the RBUs lie at 1,501 to 2,000 feet at 72%. Each one of these owners received an in-depth informational packet like the one I have here. We even heard from some of those folks today in the public comment period as our outreach was impactful. Ms. Vincent will be detailing our outreach with these folks later on in the presentation. Next, please. So where do we stand with local governments? Weld County approved the Guanella CDP on November 10th, granting siting approval and disposition on 20 of 22 locations. PDC will still need to obtain site-specific 1041 WOGLAs on 19 of 22 locations, which is routed through an administrative process. It should be noted that Weld County records of all of its 1041 approved applications. Any resident, future residents, developer, nearby residential building unit owner can view this through Weld County's online public records. As for City of Evans, the Oxford location, which is the only location within its municipal boundaries, was granted local disposition through Weld County CDP approval on November 10th, given their intergovernmental agreement between the parties. PDC will still submit an e-OGLA for the Oxford pad that will route through Weld County and then Evans City Council for final approval. Lastly, City of Greeley. PDC has been granted approval by the way of a use by special review permit on November 8th for the bypass pad. The second pad located within Greeley's municipal boundaries is the Denali pad. PDC recently received Greeley's staff recommendation for approval and await the scheduled consent agenda hearing on January 10th for full approval. With that, let me turn it over to Ms. Natalie Svensson to detail our robust outreach on our community engagement efforts.
Thank you for your time today, Commissioners. My name is Natalie Svensson, Senior Community Relations and Sustainability Analyst at PDC Energy. Today, you're seeing the best of the best in terms of long-range planning for oil and gas development and best management practices to protect public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. Our community outreach has been no exception. Next slide, please. Community engagement during the planning and permitting phase of a CAP application is vital to the overall success of the project. A proposed 10-year timeframe requires long-term engagement, building trusted two-way relationships, and continuing the dialogue with the communities in and adjacent to the CAP. At PDC, we know that trust is foundational to being the operator of choice for a community. While PDC has benefited from our existing relationships in the area, we understand that trust is earned. We've used the CAP application public engagement process to build on and expand those relationships while forming new and long-lasting partnerships with stakeholders. When embarking on our community engagement efforts, we had 4 goals in mind: incorporating a community perspective into CAP planning, two-way communication with all stakeholders, understanding the needs of the communities where we operate, and transparent planning. When evaluating how best to conduct outreach for the CAP, we knew a multifaceted communication and engagement approach was vital to meeting our stated goals. We achieved these goals through 3 primary methods: providing numerous opportunities and various methods for engagement with PDC staff, ensuring communication was received by residents in close proximity to all locations, proactive outreach by the PDC LIN team. Through these methods, we've been able to listen to the community, but more importantly, address specific concerns of individuals who make up that community. Next slide, please. As discussed in previous sections of this presentation, outreach and engagement has been ongoing for more than 3 years. That's an important note to remember throughout this discussion. These individuals have been involved in our planning since 2019 and have been an important part of our process for years. Today, I want to specifically focus on the outreach that's occurred under PDC for the Guanella CAP. When determining our stakeholder group, we wanted a robust subset of residents who were in closest proximity to the area of the CAP, and similarly, the ones most affected by our operations. You've heard a lot about the engagement with local governments and fire districts earlier in the presentation, so I'll be focusing on our outreach to surface owners, residents around our locations, and within the CAP boundary, as well as mineral owners. This includes 22 surface owners with proposed oil and gas locations, 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet, including 41 RBUs within a disproportionately impacted community, 5,985 property owners within the CAP boundary, and 497 mineral owners within the CAP. Next slide, please. The next few slides will outline our outreach approach to each stakeholder group. We take feedback from all of our stakeholders seriously, and especially when we're working on specific surface use agreements with owners who have proposed oil and gas locations on their property. For the 22 surface owners who have oil and gas locations, we have signed SUAs, conducted one-on-one meetings, invited them to all community outreach activities, including our DI meeting if they're in a DI area, and mailed the completeness determination to them with instructions on how to submit a public comment on the COGCC website. We understand that surface owners in this area can have many uses for their property. PDC works with surface owners who want to be long-term partners, and we plan our sites collaboratively to maximize their current and future land use. During our one-on-one consultations, we received significant feedback to help inform our plan, some of which is outlined on the slide. Optimal placement on the surface owner's property for current and future land use is one of the most frequently discussed topics. For example, after discussions with the Bierstadt pad owner, we redesigned the surface site so it would better work with his agricultural plans and minimize impacts to additional RBUs. We've also committed to working with him during and after operations to maximize farmable ground once the wells are in production. Next slide. We also have 497 total working interest owners and unleased mineral owners within the CAP boundary, and have been working with them for over a year to inform them of our plans in the area. Depending on the status of their minerals, these owners have received follow-up calls and informal one-on-one meetings. Any unleased mineral owners have been contacted by dedicated leasing agents, and our leasing efforts continue today. Leasing and royalties continues to be one of the most asked questions at community meetings and through the CAP call line. Some of the questions include, when are you going to start drilling? How do I know if I own royalties? And when can I expect a check? Next slide. We knew that for a project of this scope and scale, we needed to go above and beyond in our engagement and outreach efforts. We're proud to have established open lines of communication with residents within and adjacent to the CAP, and we believe our multifaceted approach has shown how successful engagement efforts allow companies to put forward the most comprehensive and inclusive final plan possible. We utilized multiple rounds of notice that will be detailed later in these slides. 5 informational community meetings held over the past 13 months, numerous one-on-one meetings, including door knocking throughout the neighborhood and proactive phone calls if a phone number was available, our Guanella CAP website with detailed information on each location, an interactive map, and links to our virtual community meeting recordings, and a 24/7 dedicated call line for questions or concerns. Next slide. For our first group, RBUs within 2,000 feet and in DIC, we took great care in offering multiple opportunities for feedback both prior to and after application submittal. First, they received an informational landowner packet that Mr. DeRose referenced earlier, which contained invitations to our September 2022 neighborhood meetings, information on PDC, a completeness determination, FAQ, overview map, information on the operational phases of oil and gas development, and mitigation that can be expected at each location. This mailing was sent certified mail to ensure delivery. If these packets were returned to us, doorstep delivery was attempted. Each packet also contained information on how to submit a public comment on the COGCC website. Next, this group received 2 mailings through the Weld CDP process, a pre-application notification and the notice of hearing. It's important to note that due to the difference in how Weld County measures their notification zone, 360 parcel owners received these notifications, including 149 RBU owners. They also received pre-stamped reply cards for pre-application feedback. And finally, they received invites to at least 5 and possibly 6 community meetings. 2 community meetings were held in November 2021, one virtual event for residents within 2,000 feet. 197 invitations were sent for this meeting, and we had 12 attendees, and 1 in-person event for residents within a disproportionately impacted community near one of our proposed oil and gas locations. For this meeting, we sent out 64 invites and had 11 attendees. All surface owners and RBUs within 2,000 feet were also invited to our September 2022 meetings. You'll note a discrepancy in the number of invites sent for these 2 groups in 2021 and what will be presented in later portions of the slide. This is due to the fact that 3 sites were eliminated after these meetings, which were held, and reduces both the total number of RBUs within 2,000 feet as well as RBUs within a DIC. What you'll see from these efforts is a thorough commitment to a feedback process that allows for maximum participation. In each case, no less than 4 attempts to contact were made, not including a door knock, on all 149 RBUs. For some in this group, there were as many as 7 or 8 meetings, mailers, or other communication. We've also provided a detailed overview of all 149 RBUs as an appendix to this slide, so the commissioners can see all of the communication attempts and, in several cases, letters of support from these owners. In the right-hand column, we wanted to highlight the communication that residents within the CAP boundary received. We had 5,985 property owners within the CAP boundary, and these owners were also offered several opportunities for feedback. This group received our dual language project FAQ and invites to 3 community meetings at different locations within the CAP boundary and 1 virtual event held in September 2022. We offered translation services and childcare at all in-person events, as well as detailed information on how to submit a public comment on the COGCC website. And for anyone we had a working phone number for, reminder calls were made for our community events. For our 3 in-person events, we had a total of 62 attendees, and for the virtual event, we had 28. Next slide, please. This next section will highlight how we receive our feedback and what issues are most important to our stakeholders. First, you'll need a bit of detail on how we have logged each question or concern. One question, issue, or no concern makes up one individual source of feedback and is logged as a ticket. Each ticket is assigned a specific category, such as noise, light, access, etc. And we will create multiple tickets if a person has multiple questions or concerns. We feel this gives you a true and accurate representation of the categories of feedback and questions that we receive during our engagement process with the community. I've detailed the multifaceted approach to our outreach and engagement, and this slide shows you how we receive that feedback, either through community meetings, our response line, or proactive engagement undertaken by our surface land team. As you can see, the proactive engagement category makes almost 2/3 of our total feedback, which is primarily from RBUs within 2,000 feet and from boots on the ground, door knocking, and phone calls. The next few slides will detail the specific feedback we receive through these traffic sources from various stakeholder groups. Next slide, thank you. This slide shows a breakdown by pad of the 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the 22 proposed oil and gas locations. The Augusta, Belford, Blackburn, Capitol, and TheraPads have the highest RBU counts, accounting for 104 RBUs, making up almost 70% of our total RBU count within 2,000 feet. As Mr. DeRose described earlier in this presentation, due to thoughtful siting and collaborative planning with local governments, we've been able to ensure that almost 87% of the RBUs near these 5 locations are over 1,500 feet from the working pad surface. It should be noted that the spreadsheet shows contact with about 80 of the 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet of all pads within the CAP, or about 55%. Since the middle, we've spoken with an additional 5 RBUs and 2 tenants for a total of 85. For the other 45%, no less than 4 contacts were attempted, including confirmed receipt of the CAP informational booklet through either certified delivery or doorstep delivery, invites to a minimum of 5 community meetings, and at least 1 door knock. Next slide. As I stated earlier, the DJ Basin is a mature oil and gas field, and this is not new activity in Weld County. I think this fact is important to remember because it impacts the types of discussions you have with members of these communities. They present direct questions and are looking for honest answers and a willingness to incorporate their specific concerns into PDC's plans. For RBUs within 2,000 feet, we received 103 total tickets. As you can see, over half of these tickets, or 54 out of the 103, are from individual conversations where the residents said they received our information and had no concerns about our plans. The next highest category was access or traffic patterns, including where our haul routes would be and ensuring drivers followed applicable speeding restrictions and other roadway etiquette. Through the WELD CDP process, we've outlined where our initial haul routes are expected to be and have communicated that to these residents. Additionally, safety is a top priority at PDC, and we've ensured appropriate contractor vetting, including safety records. All contractors will be made aware of our approved haul routes and the applicable rules of the road prior to operations. The third highest category includes letters of support that we've received from residents within 2,000 feet. While this group may include residents who've had no concerns from the beginning, it can also include residents who did present concerns or questions and were satisfied with the way PDC addressed their issues and ultimately support the project enough to write to you today. For example, a resident a little over 800 feet from our TheraPad initially brought general questions to us, including site design, light and noise mitigation, and lateral depth. After further discussions with PDC, they felt that all of their concerns had been addressed and their letter of support has been submitted into the record. We also want to recognize the other questions or concerns that arose during discussions with these stakeholders. As mentioned previously, we've submitted a detailed spreadsheet with information on the conversations that have taken place and the contacts that have been attempted. We're proud of the best management practices and mitigation efforts in place for the CAP that serve to be the most protective of public health, safety, welfare, and the environment, and have communicated these plans to our stakeholders. Next slide. The next subset of stakeholders we want to highlight are those that live within a disproportionately impacted community near our proposed locations. We have 7 proposed locations with RBUs and a DIC for a total of 41 RBUs, or almost 28% of our total RBU count. Next slide. This next slide mirrors our 2,000-foot stakeholder group, with no concern being the highest ticket category from residents within a DIC, accounting for over half of our total tickets. Similar to the larger group, this subset of residents also had questions around traffic patterns and haul routes. For example, a resident approximately 1,300 feet from the Maroon Bells pad had initial concerns if PDC was planning to utilize the existing access road by his home. Our team explained that we plan to use an access off a secondary road to avoid impacts to his residents, and he had no additional questions. The third highest category for this group was schedule, with most questions concerning when our operations were going to take place. For example, a resident who owns 2 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the TheraPad attended our DIC community meeting and had questions on when the pad will be constructed and when the wells will be drilled. We communicated our proposed timeline as accurately as possible at that time, and as you'll see in later slides, are committed to ongoing communication with residents to convey timing and our schedule. Next slide. This slide details the total feedback from all calls, community meeting engagement, and proactive outreach that have taken place for the CAP. As you can see, out of the 149 total tickets we logged during our engagement efforts, over 1/3 of those interactions expressed that the stakeholder had no concerns about our plans. The next 2 highest categories were general and access, and finally, consistent with other slides, scheduling questions and support for the project make up the 3rd highest categories. Next slide. This next slide, while admittedly very busy, highlights what categories of tickets were logged based on the stakeholders' proximity to our pads. As you can see, whether people were within 500 to 1,000 feet or 5,000 feet from a proposed location, most people generally expressed no concern for the project. We believe this is a testament to our proactive outreach, clear communications, and ongoing engagement. Next slide. While our outreach focused on those residents around the proposed oil and gas locations and within the CAP boundary, I do think it's important to recognize the individuals who filed a public comment on our CAP application. There were a total of 223 public comments on the application after removing blanks and duplicates. We used what address information we could to identify these residents by their proximity to the CAP and identified approximately 29 in Weld County. For the Weld County comments, 22 were supportive and 7 were opposed. 0 supportive comments were recognized as a form or template letter. PDC has addressed all public comments in a public response document that can be accessed on the COGCC website. Detailed responses have been provided on emissions, groundwater quality, water use, proximity to home, wildlife, and the benefits of the CAP process. Next slide. Finally, I want to share with you our long-term community relations plan for the CAP. We believe that our past engagement and outreach efforts have been thorough and comprehensive, and we've worked hard to gather as much feedback as we can to date to incorporate into these plans. We also understand that our efforts do not stop today. As mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we believe that trust is earned and is formed by long-term engagement with people in the communities where we will be operating. We look forward to continuing to gather feedback and will commit to incorporating that feedback into our plans going forward. PDC plans to continue engaging our stakeholders through the following efforts: biannual community meetings for all CAP stakeholders, biannual updates to all relevant and proximate local governments, annual update meetings with the fire departments, an activity notice prior to each phase of operations, customized and mailed to residents within 2,000 feet of all proposed locations, ongoing updates on our Guanella CAP website, maintaining a 24/7 non-emergency community call line, and holding any meetings requested by residents, local governments, and fire departments. Next, I'll turn it over to Brian Coshier for an overview of the operational efficiencies and BMPs that you can expect for pads sited within the CAP.
Thanks, Natalie, and thank you, commissioners, for the time today in hearing this application before you. We particularly appreciate the time spent in the field visiting the 22 proposed locations. We believe the only way to truly understand the protections and scope of this development is to view it from the ground. Like Mr. Lepore, I would like to begin by looking at the evolution of our industry over this past decade, highlighting the consolidation of locations, developing larger areas of subsurface minerals, while dramatically decreasing the time to construct wellbores. Almost a decade ago, as the industry was transitioning from directional wellbores to horizontal wellbores, a typical location developed a 1/4 square mile of minerals. Today, in the application before you, we have locations developing 4 and 5 square miles of subsurface reservoir. We are now drilling the mineral acreage from one location to what would have been over a dozen horizontal locations less than a decade ago. In a nod to the pre-application process hosted by Weld, PDC heard from all stakeholders and listened to concerns. Part of the change was to extend the laterals at Sanford, Quandary, and Capital pads to 3 miles or greater. PDC now has approximately 15% of its well pad locations in the Guanella CAP drilling laterals of 3 miles or greater. For perspective, PDC has drilled, completed, and are producing 12 3-mile laterals to date, and have recently acquired additional inventory already on production. 3-mile laterals are no longer the exception, but they are also not the expectation. In choosing to extend laterals further and further, it's an evaluation of risk. The risk increases in losing a partial wellbore, an entire wellbore, or dramatically increasing the time to construct the wellbore due to operations outside of standard operating procedures. PDC's #1 driver in siting is to select the most protective location to develop minerals. And if that means extending laterals 3 miles or longer, then as you can see, we will do just that. But what's important to understand is that a location developing 3-mile laterally subsurface is not inherently more protective than a location that develops minerals with shorter laterals. Next slide. Through the Guanella CAP process, PDC has taken an approach of consulting early and often with all stakeholders, and this includes our regulatory agencies. Prior to the formal consultation period, PDC met with CDPHE 7 times to discuss best management practices related to facility designs, emission controls, groundwater protections, and air quality. PDC, in its initial application, had already committed to all electric drilling operations, electrified facilities, pipeline takeaway of oil, gas, and water, and the utilization of a Group 3 base fluid for our drilling fluid. A key change based on the consultation with CDPHE and COGCC in March of 2022 was PDC's commitment to change its facility design to that of a tankless hydrocarbon storage facility. The change to tankless hydrocarbon storage is reflected in our amended application, which was submitted in June of this year. This change is another example of the process working when stakeholders are thoroughly involved in the application process. To note, this A++ suite of BMPs will be deployed at all locations, regardless of receptors in proximity. Next slide. PDC has a robust air monitoring and detection program, which my colleague Meredith will discuss shortly. But PDC's true driver in the design of our operations is to eliminate the sources of emissions that we then monitor for. Looking at our production facility at the bottom, with our commitment to electrify all compression equipment, we have thereby eliminated those sources of emissions due to combustion. And on the right, since we have no routine flaring or venting, and our water tanks are controlled, those associated emissions will also have been eliminated. We have no oil storage tanks on location and three-phase takeaway, which eliminates truck loadouts and therefore prevents that operation from being an emission source. And on the left, our last source of emissions on the screen are associated by our separator burners, which are sourced by field gas. We have pilot tests currently being conducted utilizing electric heaters to heat the fluids in our separators. But although this is something we cannot commit to at this time, as we work to understand the feasibility, I believe this shows PDC's continued commitment to utilizing advancing technologies to make our operations more efficient and eliminate sources of emissions as this application progresses through the development. Next slide. This slide does a great job illustrating the real effects of the evolution of our facilities on the ground. On the far left is our 11-well McLaughlin pad with 22 oil tanks. This design was from 2018. Now fast forward 4 years, and on the right is our rain dance facility. This is a 35-well facility that has no oil tanks. The tanks you see are maintenance tanks and water tanks. The maintenance tanks are in place strictly for redundancy to properly shut in our facility to either conduct maintenance work or in the case of upset conditions. The water tanks are in place to build a high enough level to overcome the pressure needed to push into our custody transfer units due to the low produced water volumes we see. Next slide. One of the major benefits of planning oil and gas development similar to a master plan community is to allow for PDC to work with our infrastructure partners to properly plan and execute the necessary system buildouts. As we have previously discussed, PDC has committed with the Guanella CAP application that its drilling operations and production facilities will be electrified. This is no easy feat, but with ample time, we can work with our utility providers to forecast our electrical demand loads based on PDC's planned locations and development timing. Our development schedule is precisely planned to align with the capacity of the grid. However, PDC is not just tying in our proposed locations to the existing grid. Significant infrastructure upgrades are needed to bring grid capacity to each geographic area of our development. Transmission lines will be run to bring demand load capacity from substations to the corridors at which our sites are located. Only at that point that the transmission lines are run can we tie a meter into our individual locations. This is not a quick process and takes years of planning. Therefore, preliminary siting is a critical piece to our commitment to electrify our locations. Having this level of planning not only offers full transparency for our stakeholders, but also allows for the time to execute these large-scale infrastructure buildouts. The commitment to electrify, which will be in place prior to drilling and bringing our facilities onto production, not only eliminates emissions due to combustion at our sites, but greatly reduces the noises associated with our engines, offering additional protections. Next slide. Very similar to electrical infrastructure, midstream infrastructure buildouts necessitate time and planning, which this CAP process allows for. PDC is dedicated to reducing the truck traffic needed to operate. For this, we will not truck any water to our locations for completion operations. All production facilities in the Guanella CAP will have three-phase takeaway for produced oil, gas, and water in place prior to producing our facilities within the CAP. Just committing to water takeaway alone, PDC is eliminating nearly 650,000 truck trips and over 9 million diesel miles during the production life. This does not at all account for our oil takeaway, which we produce much more prolific quantities of. Water takeaway is also no easy feat to commit to. Unlike gas takeaway, water infrastructure is much less developed in the DJ Basin, A major reason for the lack of infrastructure is due to the minimal volumes that is produced here. Fortunately, we have existing infrastructure to the north of our cap lands that will be extended to service our northern facilities. However, for the southern half of the cap, an entirely new water infrastructure system needs to be built. Entire water system buildouts is predicated on in-depth planning and time, but this is only made possible, again, due to preliminary siting approval. Knowing where the sites will be allows for proper placement of infrastructure lines in proximity of our proposed locations. Next slide. Although not required, PDC has submitted with its application a cap-wide wildlife protection plan. Through this plan, you will see how PDC intends to avoid, minimize, and mitigate the potential impacts of our operations to water and wildlife resources. PDC will develop site-specific engineered stormwater management plans for each location that displays protective, retention, and detention of water. PDC's facility design, which has no oil tanks, greatly reduces the potential for spills. For wildlife, PDC has 2 locations within HPH and 2 within a consultation buffer for bald eagles. As with all key stakeholders, PDC has consulted early and often with the CPW and Fish and Wildlife. PDC conducts its own location-specific wildlife surveys throughout the life cycle of the well, from planning to plug and reclaim. In fact, at the time the bypass and Denali locations were planned, there was no bald eagle nest within the half-mile buffer mapped. The nest was discovered through PDC's own surveys, which we disclosed to CPW upon discovery. Next slide. Finally, I would like to leave you with the net beneficial impacts, which is the byproduct of comprehensive and transparent planning that is before you within the Guanella Cap. The Guanella Cap development will reduce the land use to get dedicated to oil and gas in the 52 square mile area by up to 75%. When looking ground level at the landscape, what that means is the wells and facilities scattered within the agricultural and ranch lands will be removed, and we are left with 22 surface location. From an air impact reduction, the results are dramatic. When only accounting for PDC's wells to be removed, we will remove approximately 144 tons of VOCs from the air annually. With this new development, our greatest emitting year will be approximately 60 tons of VOCs, which is a year that accounts for both pre-production and production facility operations. This is at a minimum of a 58% reduction of VOCs emitted annually over the cap lands. Commissioners, I realize there's a lot of information in front of you today, but looking at the forest through the trees, I believe these 2 stats alone truly tells the story of why comprehensive planning to the scale of the Guanella Cap is advantageous and truly provides net benefits. I will now pass the presentation off to Meredith Knopf, PDC's EHS supervisor.
Thanks, Brian, and good afternoon, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about PDC's air quality program as it pertains to the cap. Next slide. Before I dig into the air emissions for the Guanella Cap, I would like to address the modification to our pre-production emissions from our original application to our November 2022 revision. CDPHE contacted PDC in mid-October to review the NOx emissions specific to completion activities. CDPHE agreed to review these calculations and more specifically, the inputs into these calculations. PDC started the emission estimates for the cap in early 2021, when we confirmed average completion time per well at 5.9 days. However, in approximately a year and a half, PDC's completion program has gained operational and technological efficiencies, reducing completion time to just 2.7 days per well. Upon further collaboration with CDPHE, PDC chose to use actual fuel use for this recalculation effort, and is more accurately represents the emissions from the completion engines. PDC shared the new emission estimates of 2.63 tons NOx per well from the original 21.37 NOx per well with CDPHE, COGCC, and Weld County, and reached consensus on the revised emission estimates prior to resubmission. These revised numbers more accurately capture PDC operations in 2022. This chart shows the changes to NOx, CO, VOC, and HAPS as a result of these changes. Of note, After these revisions were completed, CDPHE identified a need to standardize and to create a template for air emission calculations and has initiated a working group with that PDC will be participating in so that these emissions can be compared apples to apples in future cumulative impact submittals. Next slide. On this chart, you will see the emissions associated with all pre-production and production activities for the life of the CAP plus 5 years. I want to draw your attention to 3 key points. In the year 2026, we will have the highest total NOx emissions resulting primarily from PDC's completions program. Second, in 2029, you will see the highest VOC emissions resulting from the remaining completions activity combined with all facilities coming online. In 2030, you will see a dramatic decrease of emissions related to combustion as all completion activities are concluded and only emissions related to production activities remain. PDC is aware that NOx emissions associated with combustion sources during completions and VOC and NOx emissions associated with separator burners and maintenance activities during production is an opportunity for improvement, and will continue to explore operational efficiencies and technological advancements to continue to reduce emissions at these CAP facilities. Next slide. Not to put too fine a point on it, the design changes that Brian just spoke to in the previous section have decreased emissions significantly from PDC's current designs. The elimination of hydrocarbon storage, electric-powered engines, and emissionless swabs and unloads, just to name a few, has resulted in a 46% reduction in NOx emissions, a 72% reduction in VOC emissions, and an 83% reduction of HAP emissions for a facility with similar throughput. PDC is not waiting until the CAP facilities are built to incorporate some of these changes. For example, in just 1 year, PDC demonstrated a 90% reduction in uncontrolled well maintenance activities that include unloads and swabbing activities by 90%. Next slide. To emphasize emission reductions associated with PDC's current and future design plan, PDC considered the Denver Metro Front Range non-attainment status for ozone for not only 2022, but in the future as well. The picture in the upper right-hand corner shows the non-attainment area for the Front Range. The Guanella CAP facilities are all located within this boundary. Currently, Colorado has been classified as severe non-attainment for ozone. This means that facilities that emit greater than 25 tons per year of NOx or VOCs would require additional permitting and emission controls and would be considered a major source. PDC has designed our facilities to have NOx and VOC emissions far below this threshold for major source reporting. Additionally, there is a possibility that if Colorado does not meet the air quality standards for ozone, the non-attainment classification could change from severe to extreme. As you can see on the graph, Guanella CAP facilities have also been designed so that their emissions are below that more stringent major source threshold. Next slide. Not only is PDC committed to improvements in technology and design, but we also have a best-in-class air monitoring and compliance program to ensure these facilities are operated to minimize and mitigate emissions associated with leaks and other non-routine emissions. PDC is compliant with the Air Pollution Control Division's air monitoring program. Each CAP facility will have air monitoring plans approved by the APCD, and each site will have 4 to 8 monitors dedicated to continuous VOC monitoring and passive benzene data collection. I will talk a little bit more in detail on the results of our air monitoring on the next slide. Before I get into that, I also want to highlight a few other key parts of PDC's air compliance program. Take a look at the photo in the upper right-hand corner. To complement PDC's existing robust LDAR program, PDC has installed and will continue to install fixed infrared cameras with artificial intelligence that can detect leaks as small as 2 kilograms per hour up to 120 meters away. In this new picture that has come on the slide, that was taken from this camera, you can see a row of separators. They look fuzzy because that is how the camera picks up heat. Behind the separators, within that red circle, the camera has detected a 2 kilogram per hour leak. To put the size of this leak in context, which admittedly is hard to see in this picture, Take a deep breath and slowly blow out so you're not making any sound. Not only are you more zen, but you get an understanding of the ability of these cameras to continuously find very small sources of leaks. Next, in the lower left-hand corner, I want to highlight PDC's field monitoring room that is manned 24/7. From this room, PDC personnel can monitor the results from the infrared camera, remote shut in a facility, and monitor tank levels. PDC has also agreed to collaborate with CDPHE to co-locate their air quality monitors on these CAP locations and have participated in and will continue to participate in studies with Colorado State University, the University of Chicago, and others. Next slide. Now back to our air monitoring program. So far, PDC has collected over 1,600 benzene samples at 15 locations during pre-production and production activities. Each of these locations have approximately 4 to 8 monitors, depending on size of facility and proximity to receptors. To date, none of these results have been above the APCD approved health guideline values. And as you can see on the 2 graphs, often these results during pre-production and production activities are similar to what you would see during baseline monitoring. Next slide. PDC has also collected over 15,000 continuous hours of VOC sampling. Each facility is designated by a color on the graph. During this time, PDC has had 2 exceedances above the APCD approved investigation threshold. The first exceedance was the result of a produced water spill. The spill was also caught by our field monitoring room. The facility was shut in immediately and cleanup was initiated as soon as possible. The second exceedance was a result of a plug and reclaim that was occurring on an off-site well owned and operated by another operator and was not related to PDC activities. You can also see on the graph that we did have some detections below the investigation threshold, but above what we would consider background. This can easily be seen by the sticks that are above the 2 parts per million line. PDC also investigates these detections as well and have in some cases modified operations to reduce the occurrence of these emissions. Next slide. Lastly, PDC has publicly committed to continued emission reductions for all its assets, not only in Colorado, but Texas as well. PDC plans to reduce methane intensity by 70% and greenhouse gas intensity by 74% by 2030, and also aim to achieve 0 routine flaring by 2025. To further assert our dedication to emission reductions, PDC has also joined the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership in 2022. The OGMP is a multi-stakeholder partnership sponsored by the United Nations, the Environmental Defense Fund, and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition to improve the accuracy and transparency of methane emissions reporting by the oil and gas industry. By joining this partnership, PDC is committed to reaching our intensity targets and to exploring and implementing new technologies with our industry partners to continue to minimize our impact to human health and the environment in the communities where we work and live. I will now hand it back over to Vanessa for PDC's commitment to excellence.
Throughout this presentation, you heard multiple commitments that were above and beyond what is required per COGCC rule for a CAP with preliminary siting approval. This last slide provides a sum of those commitments through the enhanced OGDP filings, how the COGCC will be provided notification if there are operational best management practice enhancements, and last but not least, reconfirming the robust plans for stakeholder engagement for the entire 10-year development duration to ensure the stakeholders maintain their seat at the table throughout the life of our operations. PDC is proud of its commitments to the community to ensure avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of potential impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, all while executing safe operations. Lastly, we would like to extend our immense appreciation to the staff, director, and commissioners for all the hard work on the Guanella CAP application. I will now turn it back to Mr. Laporte to close PDC's presentation.
Commissioners, in adopting Rule 314, you sought to encourage CAP development. You created incentives for operators, such as exclusive operatorship, extended permit durations, and preliminary siting approval, among others. In return, you asked for a detailed area-wide cumulative impacts analysis, intensive consultation with local governments, nearby communities, and regulatory agencies, and landscape level planning for infrastructure, best management practices, and centralization of locations. PDC has delivered on every one of these elements of Rule 314. It has performed a detailed, comprehensive cumulative impact analysis across 50 square miles. It is engaged in robust stakeholder engagement and a rigorous ALA process that led to only 22 optimized locations that are compatible with the local government's land use plans and avoid 97.5% of the RBUs within the cap. PDC has also committed to an unprecedented package of best management practices that will protect people, wildlife, and the environment. And they have committed to chasing technology and upgrading their BMPs as technology advances. Above all, to deliver those BMPs, they are prepared to build pipeline and electric utility infrastructure throughout the cap. To plan and build that infrastructure, PDC and its partners need certainty about the cap locations. They need your preliminary siting approval for all 22 proposed locations. Guanella Cap, as it's presented to you, is an exceptional development plan. It meets PDC's bold aspiration for a new national standard for oil and gas development. We ask that you not let the perfect be the enemy of the exceptional. We ask for 5 votes to approve the Guanella Cap and all 22 locations within it. Thank you, and we are open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lepore. Realizing you are open for questions, I also realize that we've been going at it for an hour and 32 minutes. I believe your team would probably like a little bit of a break. I know I would like a little bit of a break. That'll also give commissioners a chance to go over their notes and perhaps refine questions. So why don't we return at, 3:02? Let's return at 3:15, and then we'll start the Q&A section.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. We're continuing with docket 2102-00012, the PDC Guanella Cap. Mr. Lepore, I actually misspoke, and I think this makes more sense. We have on the agenda Brandon Moret from CPW next, and I think hearing from him before we jump into questions probably might make some sense. He may answer questions that would otherwise be developed. So if you're cool with that, we're going to let Mr. Moret make a presentation on behalf of CPW.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask, I did speak with hearings manager Larson prior to the hearing today, ask that we might have some time to respond to Mr. Moret if that's,
yeah,
you feel that's appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll go with Mr. Moret, and then we'll go with any rebuttal response, whatever you want to do. We're trying to create a full record so that all the issues are on the table. So yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moret, good to see you.
Good. Yeah, good to see you too. Thanks, Chair Robbins. And for the record, my name is Brandon Moret. I am a certified wildlife biologist with extensive Northeast Colorado wildlife experience, and I am Colorado Parks and Wildlife's Northeast Region Energy Liaison. If I cut right to the chase, CPW is supportive of the majority of this cap, and I'll quickly summarize the wildlife determination summary that I sent into COGCC on November 18th with this prepared statement that I've tweaked based on the various speakers today. So first, I want to start off with the following 7 points that what CPW does appreciate about this cap. First, we appreciate the various conversations and wildlife accommodations that PDC has committed to over the last 21 months for this landscape level plan. We also appreciate Jason Maxey and Kelly Holiday at Weld County for hosting that all-day pre-app meeting in April earlier this year with various agency stakeholders to discuss these various locations and our own various concerns. And we appreciate that 17 out of 22 of the locations were initially and continue to be sited outside of high priority habitats. This demonstrates avoidance before CPW even sees the maps for the first time. For those remaining 5 sites, we appreciate that PDC held site visits with us for 4 of the 5. That's for Denali, Bypass, Yale, and Belford. And that we discussed various other minimization, timing, and mitigation measures for all 5, including the 5th site, Oxford. Speaking of Oxford, we appreciate that Oxford was consolidated and that the facility was moved outside of high priority habitats in the floodplain. Although a small portion of the temporary site construction will impact this mule deer migration corridor high priority habitat. We also appreciate that PDC has completed a well-written cap-wide wildlife protection plan, and last 7th that PDC will use the latest high priority habitat maps. Regarding the written and public comments today, I would disagree with one of the commenters that stated that the Guanella cap is detrimental to wildlife. And for this very fact, it's because 17 of the 22 sites are located outside of high priority habitats, and that I've worked with PDC over the last 21 months, as well as with other CPW subject matter experts to avoid and minimize their effects on the remaining 5 locations within high priority habitats. And regarding one of the public commenters today, CPW will work with PDC on sites that have chemical storage areas within 500 feet of a wetland or creek. That's per rule 120283. Regarding the 4 sites, or let's see, 3 sites that are in mule deer habitats, high priority habitats, we're going to continue to discuss internally. We're trying to come up with some CPW approved projects for mule deer mitigation. And obviously it's CPW's preference that those locations avoid those high priority habitats. And if not, we can discuss mitigation and mitigation measures at the OGDP level. Regarding bald eagles, as has been noted by PDC, they have sited the Denali and Bypass prior to the eagle nesting at its current location. And this is an interesting situation. The bald eagle nest near Denali and Bypass was first recorded in May of 21 by a consultant and was soon thereafter known to CPW and did make it on to last year's map updates. The previous nest was to the east of the location and is now considered not present and destroyed when it was last checked February this year. That being said, the Denali location is on a hill 30 to 40 feet south and above this eagle's nest. And as stated in my wildlife determination summary, CPW continues to recommend that the half-mile nesting buffer be avoided. The first stage is avoidance. And that is regardless if U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service comes back with a decision. Again, no decision has been made yet, but if they come back and say that no take permit is needed, we would still recommend for avoidance of that half-mile buffer, especially since these eagle nest buffers and timing steps are obviously codified in the CFC rules. And in PDC's documentation, they did talk about how there is existing human activity in and near the nest buffer, but I would state that these farming activities are significantly lower than the eventual site pad construction, drilling, and completions. But given the various additional ALAs that we discussed in the field and on the phone, some of them aren't shown on the ALA map, and given other various receptors and an unwilling landowner to the south of Denali, we're still stuck with this location. So given that, and also since I just learned that these locations are on Greeley's docket to, like, Bypass has been approved on November 8th and Denali scheduled for next month, I'm still stuck with that. Our main concern that's left unresolved is still Denali, since it's up on a hill above the nest and has direct line of sight. And so CPW would ask CHC not to grant preliminary siting for the Denali location but would continue to have those discussions with PDC. So with that, I close my prepared statement and happy to answer any questions, whether it's from the commissioners or from PDC.
I'm getting there. Commissioner Ackerman had to unmute 2 times. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Moret, for your comments and for the work that CPW has continued to do with PDC and the locality or the local governments on this project. So my question is one of clarifying nature with regard to the Denali pad. As Mr. Maxey stated, the Denali is one of the 2 pads that is within the jurisdiction of the city of Greeley. And certainly we heard Weld County talk about their permitting process and how they're encouraging us to grant preliminary siting for all of the Weld County sites. Have you had, I know that Greeley was on this tour as well. Are you in the midst of discussions with Greeley and PDC about potentially moving this site, or does this remain a proposal by CPW and no response or no action in return to that request yet?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. We have not had direct communication, at least I know of. I tried to text field staff during the hearing, but I personally have not had any conversations about this Eagle Nest with the city of Greeley. I'm not sure if they're on, but that would be one discussion point, whether we could have online or offline. In regards to PDC, I see that Zach has appeared, and we have had multiple conversations about this, but it's sort of at an impasse as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Moret. I appreciate that. And I don't know, Mr. Chair, if we do have somebody from Greeley on. If so, maybe later it would be appropriate for me to ask them the same question.
Let's just inform all the folks that are listening in. There's 178. If someone's from Greeley, raise your hand. And we can ask them that question. Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Mr. Lessenfield, I'm sorry, I do not know, but are you with PDC?
Yes, sir, I am.
And Commissioner Ackerman, I mean, this is kind of a free-flowing sort of thing. If you wanted to talk with PDC about the same question right now, we could probably do that. Or if you want to wait, we can wait and have you have that question later. It's your choice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that Mr. Liesenfeld has joined the discussion as well. And I would be interested in hearing PDC's thoughts. I know that PDC, as has been pointed out, has been able to move the Oxford site based on wildlife concerns. Just to editorialize here a little bit before I ask the question of Mr. Liesenfeld, you know, this site is, we mentioned the bypass site and the Denali site, both being within the buffer zone for a bald eagle nest. I just wanted to clarify that we're talking about the same bald eagle nest for both of those sites. And so that, you know, kind of accelerates and accentuates the potential for impacts to this nest having 2 sites. My understanding is that the bypass site has some visual buffers between the site and the eagle's nest, which does create some security for the eagles and some potential benefits towards lack of impact. But with an eagle, as you might imagine, having a site above their nest is quite intimidating to an eagle. And then having the disturbance from the bypass site, even though it doesn't have line of sight, together with a more direct and difficult disturbance from the Denali site, does make it, you know, a pretty high risk that the eagles will abandon that nest after construction. And so, Mr. Liesenfeld, I guess my question to you is, are you having these discussions internally? And do you have, I know that you had already mapped and taken a look at some other alternative locations for the site, but are there opportunities to further move the site outside of that buffer zone?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. For the record, Zach Liesenfeld, Environmental Health and Safety Representative at PDC. So this has been an ongoing project that we've had. We've had multiple consults with the Parks and Wildlife once the nest was identified. And during those, we also had a very robust ALA look at this, and trying to get some of these locations outside of the nesting buffer does bring in some additional BUs, and we have some landowners in the area that were not amenable to a location on their property. I would like to mention that this is at the edge of the half-mile buffer, and only part of the drill pad or the Denali location will be in that buffer. And once this location was identified, we went ahead and started doing some monitoring on this location to get a better idea of what this eagle's biology might look like. We started in April of this year, monitoring this nest on a weekly basis. And we monitored that until the middle of June, when that nest successfully fledged three chicks. And during that time, we did notice a lot of elevated levels of agricultural activity in that area due to the sod farm. And we also noted several low-flying aircraft, we believe, that were related to agricultural purposes. And once we had kind of got an idea of what that nest biology looked like, we continued our consult with the CPW. And at that time, the CPW mentioned that they would like us to reach out to the Fish and Wildlife Service as well for their input. We reached out to them in October of this year, and went through all of the details of this location, the ALAs, why we ended up at this location, some of the conversations we've had with the CPW, and why, due to the ALAs, we really believe that this is the location that is least impactful to human health, well-being, and the environment. They then asked us to go back and do some more sound studies and a few other more in-depth, and take an in-depth look at this. So we contracted with a third-party consultant that we went out and grabbed an ambient sound study there at the nest. Even though the nest isn't necessarily a point of compliance per COGCC rules, we treated it as such. And once we grabbed that ambient background, we were able to then go and do a modeling off of what the noise profiles for each one of the bypass and Denali locations might look like, with respect to the sound wall configuration that was proposed. And those modeling came back and showed that sound levels are below state, what would be considered a compliance point of 60 and 65, or 65 dBA and 65 dBc, respectively. So we are below both of those levels. And moving forward, we had another consult with the service, kind of giving them preliminary numbers on that. And they would like to see that along with our wildlife mitigation plans and a few other details about the development of these two locations before they fully pursue their recommendation. So while we have looked at alternative locations and potentially moving this location outside of the wildlife buffer of the half mile, it seems that at this point, the current location is in the best location in regards to public health, welfare, and environmental safety. With that being said, we still are waiting for direct recommendations from the Fish and Wildlife Service, which we hope to have in the next coming weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Liesenfeld. I appreciate that response. What I'm gathering from that is that the contention of PDC is that there's not an intent to move that nest absent, or move that site absent, negative comments from the Fish and Wildlife Service, but rather to rely on science to state that the risk to the eagles may be less. Is that what am I gathering that properly?
Yes, sir. We tried to avoid at first, but after through the ALA process, once we realized avoidance was probably not the best path forward, we then moved on to relying on the science and technology and timing to then look at mitigation measures.
Thanks, Mr. Liesenfeld.
Minimization measures. Sorry, I should say it's minimization measures, not mitigation.
Sure, thank you. I'll continue to ponder that as we have this discussion. I would just point out as a comment to my fellow commissioners that I do appreciate PDC locating and monitoring this nest with rigor. I think that demonstrates significant responsible approach. I would also note that in the wildlife plan that PDC has PDC has committed to work with updated HPH maps in the years to come as those maps are updated. And I would just kind of state that this is a bit of that same situation where this site was sited prior to the detection of the nest. And, you know, I'm kind of pondering PDC's response to this in connection with their commitment to modify operations in the future should HPH maps come into play on existing locations. That's something I've been pondering as I've been thinking about this issue. So that's all for now on that question, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Liesenfeld.
Commissioner Ackerman, if I may, I do have a couple follow-up points to that. I would like to note that after the nest was identified, the original access road to the Denali Pass ran along the existing farm road, which was located directly underneath the nest. After we identified the nest, having consults with the CPW and realizing that the sensitivity of this situation, PDC Land Department went back and renegotiated with the surface owners to relocate that access road to the north, running through the existing sod farm business, thus moving that access road outside of that half-mile buffer. Also, and I did forget to mention, PDC will start monitoring this nest about this week or next week, and we will be monitoring that through June of next year to get one more year on record of what that eagle activity looks like and the resilience to the farming activity and local development and highways.
Thank you, Mr. Liesenfeld. One follow-up question to that is, if I may, Mr. Chair, is can you remind me, do you know off the top of your head what the proposed development schedule is for the Denali pad? One of the larger issues with the eagle nest will be, you know, bringing in a drill rig that sits, you know, highly above the eagle's nest, and you know, once there's not a rig sitting highly above that the impact is likely lessened. So I would suspect that CPW has talked with you about potentially developing and constructing and completing that pad outside of the nesting season. Is that on your radar?
Yes, the CPW and I have had that conversation, definitely on our radar, and we will continue consultation with the CPW on that matter as we move forward to the OGDP permitting process.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, you know, I know that Mr. Moret made clear their response that CPW still hopes that PDC will move that site. After this discussion, I'd be interested to see if Mr. Moret has any response to those comments, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's fine. And I went back and looked on slide 7 from PDC's deck. This is the second location that is slated for development right after Denali. And it looks like it's in the second half of 2024 for drilling and completing in the second half of 2025. And PDC, y'all can correct me if I've got that wrong, but I was looking at your slides. With that, Mr. Moret, did you want to weigh back in?
Yeah, just briefly, and I appreciate Mr. Liesenfeld and others at PDC working on that and how they are splitting the drilling and completions for the nesting season. That being said, there have been other sites that, not necessarily PDC, but others in the Northeast region where something happens within a new well or existing well within a high priority habitat, and they need to get in there for emergency work. So I think with that, my first preference is avoidance.
Thank you, Mr. Moret. Thanks, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Commissioner Ackerman, this is Brian Co-Chair. I just wanted to, based on that schedule on slide 7, we are outside of those windows for both drilling and completions. And I also wanted to add that this is an example, you know, obviously we have no RBUs, but we are deploying the same BMPs everywhere. Although the noise monitoring study showed we are in compliance based on Rule 4023, based on Rule 423 without any noise mitigation, we are committing to put walls up on that northern side and kind of flank it around to block any visual disturbance from our pre-production operations from the line of sight from the Eagle. In addition, electrifying our equipment makes a huge difference on impacts, reducing our noise levels anywhere from 5 to 7 dBCs, And then also having no three-phase takeaway, you have no traffic bringing water to location and water away from location. So that greatly reduces any truck traffic or nuisances associated with that. In addition to moving that access road, which for the most part, coming in on that access road is out of the line of sight of the Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I appreciate that. And Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Moret, in your professional expertise and experience, are mitigation measures like the ones described by Mr. Co-Chair effective as far as protecting eagles' nests, or can you advise us there?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. Again, it gets back to, I appreciate that there's no work during the nesting season itself, and maybe someone from PDC, maybe before I answer your question, Commissioner Ackerman, I'd like to ask PDC, since Denali is planned to be drilled, say third quarter of 24, and then there's the break, and then after fledging in the summer of 25, is there going to be any work that is going to be constructed or completed during that time frame, say December 1st to, late June?
Mr. Kosher.
Denali.
Is the question anything after December of 25?
No,
No, I think it's
December
the
of
window
24.
between the two.
Yep.
Between the two is what you're asking?
Yes.
Based on our schedule, let me pull it up here before I. So December of 24 to we have around June of 25. But that through consultation and noticing the fledging of the nest is part of the consultation period about when operations may resume. So I just want to reiterate that this isn't like the final consultation. We continue to monitor, we continue to consult, we continue to bring everyone out to location before we get confirmation of coming back to operating those locations. Anything outside of August of 25 after completion of operations is done is essentially workover activity at that point, which is daylight hours only, truck mounted rig, and obviously a lot less disturbance compared to pre-production activities.
So based on that, I guess I'm a little confused on why a sound wall would be needed if there would be no work during the nesting season, whether it's the 24-25 nesting season or 25-26.
It was just a further commitment to limit the sight of line from the nest if there is potential nesting. I'm not a bald eagle expert, I'll refer to Zach, but it was just an additional commitment to reduce line of sight from our location to the nest, even if it's outside.
Mr. Co-Chair, if I may, I might add a little bit more color. Brandon and I have talked about this quite a bit. And when the sound walls are installed after construction, there is some, ongoing work such as setting of the cellars. There is, well, pad build. There's those sort of things. Well, with the sound wall being installed, is going to disrupt any line of sight. These are 32-foot sound walls. And so they're outside of drilling. Any activity that might be done there will be below those sound walls. And I might also add that any facility construction is outside of the half-mile buffer. Only about 1/2 of the well pad is within the buffer. So I would say 75% of this location is outside the buffer, as well as the access road. So that sound wall will be installed just as an extra level of insurance to protect this sensitive nest with that quarter of the pad during its development phase. So I hope that adds some clarification and a little bit of color and some additionals to what Mr. Co-Chair was saying.
Great, thank you, Mr. Leisenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing the extended discussion. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Moret, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to circle back to your question, Commissioner Ackerman. So I think, given PDC's commitments, and I would also point out that, that timing schedule on slide 7 doesn't necessarily talk about pad construction. So as long as pad construction and drilling can be completed outside the nesting season, then there's that break and the sound wall before resuming completions after fledging in 25. CPW would be comfortable with the current Denali location, given that most of it is outside the location.
Thank you, Mr. Moret. I appreciate that. And thanks to Mr. Cochier and Mr. Leisenfeld for the discussion. Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing the extended discussion. It does go directly to certainly my consideration as to whether or not to grant preliminary siting on the Denali. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. We needed to have that discussion at some point, so no better than doing it at this point. Mr. Lepore, before recognizing you, there may be other questions for Mr. Moret from commissioners, and then I'll obviously give you a chance to bring your team back on board for any response. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate the discussion. For me, this is an important topic. And I'm not a wildlife expert, but so I'm just asking questions. But Mr. Moret, I mean, my understanding is that because we're up on a hill, that there's the sound piece that could be potentially disturbing to the bald eagle or the bald eagle's nest. There's also this visual impact piece and the potential for these activities looming over this nest higher than or at least equal to where the nest is right now. And so I guess I'm struggling a little bit to understand that if we're concerned about multiple impacts to this particular nest from two different locations on opposite sides, understanding that the bypass is potentially less impactful because it has additional distances associated with it. But then we've got two different seasons of activity that is going to be associated around this nest. Whether we can make a decision here off the cuff as to whether or not what's being suggested is actually going to be effective as far as mitigating the potential impacts to this particular site, short of avoiding it altogether, and that, you know, maybe there should be some consideration, as you had initially indicated, around taking a moment, doing some additional analysis, and then providing additional BMPs or siting associated with this Denali site, at least closer to the development of the OGDP. I mean, I've looked at the ALA, and I'll ask this question also to PDC because I've looked at the ALA. I've done the site visit. I understand the landowner situation as far as perhaps not being able to site outside of the bald eagle nest half-mile buffer, but I don't see significant amount of RBU issues or anything less than any other sites that you're proposing around RBUs. And so I'm struggling a little bit with some of the site-specific ALAs that were done on this, short of just not being able to secure an SUA. So I mean, that makes me think that perhaps a little more consideration on this one may be prudent, understanding that this will be one of the first ones that'll be done, and the OGDP analysis will really happen relatively quickly after the completion of whatever decisions are made on the cap. And so it shouldn't affect overall infrastructure development, as was the concern expressed by both Mr. Lepore and Mr. Cochier with some other preliminary siting situations. So a bunch of different thoughts in there. I'd like to hear from Mr. Moret on that, and then certainly interested in hearing from PDC.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Messner. And one thing that I have discussed with PDC and that we need to make sure we recognize for the record is, as Commissioner Ackerman mentioned, that bypass and Denali, so bypass location is located to the east of the nest and Denali is located to the south of the nest. It's the same bald eagle nest. And we need to be cautious that both of those timings are conducted outside the nesting season. And it is my understanding from PDC that they were just going to have one rig go from, say, bypass first, according to their schedule, and then switch over to Denali. And so maybe that's one point of discussion with PDC as far as, maybe it's appropriate to have 2 drill rigs or other ways to avoid the nesting season for both paths within the same bald eagle nest. Does that get at sort of one of your concerns, Commissioner Messner? Or does it add another one?
No, it was just the extended period of disturbance. Listen, you're the wildlife expert and I defer to you obviously, but my question was if you have this extended period of disturbance with 2 different pads being constructed within some proximity to this bald eagle nest, does that cause additional impacts that may ultimately be detrimental to this particular situation? And then how does visual impact play into that with the Denali being elevated above this particular situation, short of noise and light that should be covered by the sound walls, right?
Correct. Yeah. No, and yeah, there is that additional level of disturbance that we want to protect this eagle nest. This isn't one of those Bar Lake eagle nests that have been around for 20 years or whatnot. This is a brand new nest. And so we need to be very cautious and cognizant of protecting it so that there is that, what biologists call site fidelity, that they return to it year after year. And so that was part of the reason I asked PDC about the sound wall, because my initial concern was about the derrick sticking up above the sound wall. But as PDC mentioned, that's not, the derrick wouldn't necessarily be up during the nesting season, but it would protect other activities that would occur more from pickup trucks or that type of thing. And so I appreciate that. But yeah, I would say the remaining concern that I would like to hear from PDC is staging both bypass and Denali, if that's possible, if it's in subsequent off seasons for the nesting season, versus what it looks like now is that bypass is due to start at the tail end of the 24 nesting season. Is that, and I know we'll have these conversations at the OGDP level, but it would be good to at least get an overview right now.
Yeah, and all these conversations will happen at the OGDP level with, CPW and Fish and Wildlife. But I guess to my previous, commentary was, really we're looking at a development that's, 1 year out, well within, the OGDP 3-year duration. So part of our operational commitment would be, the obvious continued consultation with CPW and Fish and Wildlife Service in that, before moving dirt or bringing rigs in to drill these locations, that we will have those consultations and verify timing as per CPW and Fish and Wildlife Service, that, we won't bring anything in until we have, a thumbs up from the regulatory agencies. And with that, I think I'll kick it over to Mr. DeRose with the ALA discussion. But I mean, those are our operational commitments, is that, we've done the noise survey, we'll put walls up for line of sight, and then, work with CPW on getting everything within inside those windows.
Thanks, Commissioner Messner, for the question on the alternate location analysis. So the particular Denali unit, the 23 wells that are proposed here are contacting about roughly 1,120 mineral development acres. So in looking at the alternate location analysis, we evaluate what can happen on the west side of the unit. And because of this one being, a 3.5 miles in length from east to west, what are our available locations on the west side of the unit? What are available locations on the east side of the unit? And then what do we have in the middle? As far as the west side, we've got some office buildings, some RVUs on that side. And then also kind of where does that put us on trying to drill 3.5 mile laterals? As for the east side of the particular unit, we've got a much higher dense neighborhood over there that would really put us into, I couldn't even put a pen to paper in terms of the amount of RVUs that we would pull in within 2,000 feet, but it's many more than 0 that we have here at Denali. As far as, kind of the middle of the unit, that's really where our targeted area was. And that's why we situated Denali to where it is located now. Certainly to the south, as Mr. Liesenfeld alluded to, in my presentation, we certainly talk about wanting to be, partners with our surface owners, and there's 2 surface owners to the south that really just wouldn't even come to the table with us. They have future development plans to the tune of a golf course that they have on the brink of getting platted for development. And then the other surface owner really has future plans, but wouldn't share those future plans with us, and really wouldn't even contemplate a surface use agreement. And really, that's not something that we want to be a partner with our surface owners. And really, that's where we landed with this location on Mr. Chismar's place. Was Mr. Chismar was planning to speak with us this afternoon, but fell victim to an illness that couldn't speak. But from an ALA standpoint, obviously, as Zach alluded to, we try to avoid. We feel really confident in our ability to minimize and design these operations outside of our timing, as Zach and Brendan have just discussed.
Thanks for the response.
Okay, we're still in that spot where we're talking to Mr. Moret with questions, Commissioner Cross, and then Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moret, for your time today. This is very helpful. And I'll admit, kind of in these discussions, I think my initial question has morphed, given some of the discussion that has occurred, and especially some of the, I don't want to call them commitments yet, because that'll go into my questioning, but some of the discussions of scheduling, et cetera. I think the first, just touching on what Mr. DeRose said there, I realize that this is questioning for Mr. Moret, but kind of based off of that, the ALA discussion that was just raised while we're here. So I'm aware in the alternative location analysis, there's it says operationally unfeasible locations to the west. Is that operationally unfeasible because of the length of the laterals that would be going from that?
I direct that question to PDC.
Yes, sorry. And it's gonna, again, go back to that. I just wanted to touch on it since we were just talking about that.
Yeah, as Mr. DeRose says, those would be 3.5 mile laterals. But, as you can see through the evolution of our application, it's not only that, you take in the entire, location analysis and really kind of analyze the risk. And with those to the west, as Mr. DeRose has stated, we also bring in more RBUs to that. So that's why we settled in the center, and our number one driver is the most protective location. So settling in the center gave us a location with 1 RBU or 0 RBUs within 2,000 feet. And then also the facility, which is, the facility is the part of the working pad surface that is, long-term 20 to 30 year production life. That facility is completely outside of that half-mile buffer. We're talking about a portion of the well pad that's within the buffer. And then during interim reclamation, the land reclaims, and that sod farm really comes around those wellheads. And what remains is really the facility that'll be visited, daily or as production life goes on, every few days. But that's completely outside of that buffer. Okay. So it wasn't that it's technically unfeasible, but it's coupled with the protective location. And we really settled on that 0 RBU, a good portion of it outside that half-mile buffer.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Mr. Moret, part of the reason I wanted to go into the alternative location analysis is because during your presentation, you specifically talked about the fact that you went through this alternative location analysis with PDC during the Weld County process, and have been continuing to talk to PDC over I believe you said it was 21 months was the conversations going on with PDC. And I more than anything wanted to try and understand, I think, 2 parts. One of the things you mentioned is that you initially, and this is where it's kind of more, initially you said you would recommend not getting preliminary siting approval until you're able to figure out more. And with the alternative location analysis that's been done and gone over with you, are you more so looking at not getting the preliminary siting approval for siting of it, or are you more so looking at sufficient avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Cross. To answer your question, yeah, I try to spend a lot of time with operators and about avoidance. I had an email that I sent yesterday for another operator where they wanted to skip right over avoidance. And I said, no, let's stop and camp on avoidance for a little bit. And I think that's continuing to be at play with PDC and this bypass location, as far as I want to push avoidance to the maximum extent possible. And yes, I appreciate PDC getting their facility outside the half-mile buffer, but the remaining fact, and PDC can go into that, as far as, you know, the wells and whatnot are still within the half-mile buffer. And so my concern isn't so much today, or that it happens, you know, and I appreciate that it happens in the off season for the nesting season. My concern is I have to look at it worst case scenario, and they have to get in February 3 years from now for emergency work. And what is that going to do to the eagle nest, or 30 years from now? And so I think that's why you have sort of heard my arguments meander a little, if you will, and why I'm not totally satisfied with the northern, you know, whatever, 50% or whatever, remaining to be in the half-mile buffer.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I think it does, yes. And so kind of, and again, going back into kind of how my question morphed, going on from that initial statement of recommending against preliminary setting approval, you went on to say that you could be comfortable with the protections if PDC was amenable to doing the, and I just so I understand, it's December through June or December through May that's the nesting season?
It's December 1st through fledging, which we consider 90% or so, 95% of nests to fledge by July 31st. So generally speaking, December 1st to July 31st. Okay. However, as Mr. Liesenfeld mentioned, based on their nest monitoring last year, it was mid-June. So that would be something where we would, PDC would, you know, send me an email saying, hey, Brandon, it's off. And I said, okay, we'll give it one more week just to make sure they're fledged, and start your work on whatever, June 24th instead of July 31st. And so, but generally speaking, you know, we want to make sure that nests, that eaglets have sufficient time to leave the nest, if you will, under their own power.
Okay. And so with your comment earlier that you would be comfortable with the protections if drilling was done outside of the fledging, and then the next season having the completions done outside of the fledgings.
Correct.
By that, are you saying that you would be comfortable with preliminary siting approval, or still would prefer more?
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, since my argument has meandered a bit, yes. And so the main concern is that there would be 2 drill rigs that would probably overlap one, you know, a portion of the nesting season if they drilled bypass first followed by Denali back to back, according to their schedules. And, you know, PDC can maybe further clarify that, but I would be comfortable granting preliminary siting approval if both of those sites avoided the nesting season, regardless of what year it is. So as it shows now in their schedule, it shows that one would be starting in spring of 24, which is in the nesting season. So again, and maybe we're getting too much into the weeds, but, you know, based on, you know, their overall plan as far as, you know, being protective of wildlife to the extent possible, that schedule didn't, while partially avoids the nesting season, I would like it to see 100% avoid the nesting season. So I would grant that if 100% of the site pad construction, drilling, completions happen between whenever fledging happens, call it August 1st at the latest, through November 30th.
And I appreciate that. No concerns about it being meandering, because obviously there's some back and forth in terms of specifically talking about what the schedule may or may not be, et cetera. So no concerns about that. And Mr. Chair, I think the last thing I'll just say is, and I don't want to necessarily put it as a direct response right now for PDC, but given what Mr. Moret said, and given your desire to have preliminary siting approval today, I'm wondering if PDC would consider a condition of approval that would agree to the drilling and completion out for those two sites outside of the nesting season for the bald eagles. So more of a just point to ponder kind of going forward. But I believe those are my only questions for Mr. Moret.
Okay. Commissioner Ackerman, did I see that you had also raised your hand another time?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thanks. Just one quick follow-up, maybe made a little bit moot by Commissioner Cross's direction there, which I appreciate very much. But where can you remind me where you're at? This is to Mr. DeRose or maybe Mr. Co-Chair with regard to Greeley approval on the Denali site.
Mr. DeRose?
Yeah, I'll take that one, Commissioner Ackerman. The bypass use by special review has been approved. That was on November 8th. The Denali site is on the consent agenda for January 10th.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Appreciate
Okay.
the discussion.
So I kind of like to, I've got one question for you, Mr. Moret, and this is a comprehensive area plan. It has 22 locations. It has 17 of which there are no high priority habitat indicated. Can you provide the commissioners with some perspective of kind of globally the position of CPW with regard to the efforts of PDC and the fact that this is a comprehensive area plan that's developing 50,000 square miles or whatever the number is?
Absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely. Thank you for that comment, Chair Robbins, question. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to start off my prepared statements with various points that CPW does appreciate. CPW does appreciate when operators site outside of high priority habitats before we even get a first chance to look at them. And to your point, Commissioner Robbins, 17 of the 22 are located outside of that. And we have had conversations about minimizing their impacts on the other 5. And so, yes, generally speaking, the majority, CPW continues to be very supportive of 99% of this cap. And so it's just figuring out that last 1% with the Denali timing and also the bypass timing. But otherwise, yes, CPW is supportive of this cap application. So thank you for bringing us back to the 30,000 foot level.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate that we need to be focusing on both, and I don't mean to obfuscate the good discussion that we've had with this bald eagles nest in Denali, but I do think we need to kind of focus in and then focus back out as we're doing our analysis here. Okay.
Chair Robbins, if you don't mind, I'll just add that we won't be able to electrify both rigs if they're stacked on top of each other. So that was the spread in those 2 rigs. Since Denali is the location of concern, would a proper COA be will adhere to those windows based on consultation with CPW and Fish and Wildlife, the windows at the Denali?
Okay, and what I want to do, we've got a lot to cover.
Yeah.
Is I want Hearings Manager Larson, I'll try to do it myself, Ms. Amaro, Mr. Elias, to start keeping track of proposed COAs that we are going to discuss at the end. And so this will be the first one that goes on sort of that notepad. Mr. Lepore, you can do the same. Okay. Thank you. I did start this discussion by recognizing that PDC ought to have an ability for some response or rebuttal. We've had a lot of discussion. Mr. Lepore, I would recognize you for any of the above.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll say first, I appreciate the dialogue as well. I unless someone from PDC wants to raise their hand, I think we're fine where we are.
Okay. Well, I want to thank Mr. Moret and thank Commissioner Ackerman for and other commissioners and PDCs being responsive here on these topics. All of them are important, and I think we've now sort of worked that issue which needed to be worked at some point. So, Mr. Moret, I think we can allow you to stick around, but you don't need to be visual. And if we have other questions as we get into questions from commissioners to PDC, we'd love to have you stick around.
Great. Thanks for the time, share my wildlife testimony.
Very good. Okay. At this time, let me ask a process question to my fellow commissioners. What time do we want to stop today? I do not think we're going to be done today. And that means we'll come back in the morning. With regard to timing, tomorrow, we're set to come back at 8. We have a hard stop interruption at 10, where we receive a cumulative impacts report, which is necessary because we're taking up the Wild Earth Guardian petition on Friday at 2. I have a commitment tomorrow afternoon that precludes me from being able to be involved with this. So I guess my question is, do we want to try to go to say 6 tonight as opposed to 5 to try to get through some of this, maybe get through commissioner questions? I'm seeing nodding of heads up and down. Mr. Lepore, are you and your group available through say 6 o'clock tonight?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I think by and large, we are fans of pressing on as long this evening as you can.
Okay. Well, there is a inverse relationship to quality of work and pressing too far. Let's just press ahead, and when we think we're starting to tilt down the other side of the wheel, we will maybe call it for the evening. Okay, so at this point, what we will do is we've got commissioner question opportunities for PDC. We have Mr. Moret still around if commissioner questions walk into sort of the wildlife arena. I would note for the record that I elevated Doug Andrews, the lead oil and gas location assessment, to the panel, as well as Sabrina Trask, the permitting manager. So our staff is available for questions as well. As we have questions for the applicant, we had a great deal of information provided to us, so I would anticipate we'll have a few questions. Looking around to see who wants to go first. Commissioner McGowan beat Commissioner Messner by a hair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for the presentation and the discussion today. I want to preface my conversation with, I think this is the best cap submittal that we've seen, and some of the conditions and strategies and technologies that the operator's putting forth are, I think, really good. I think minimizing the footprint and emissions, and I'm very appreciative of that. That being said, I think some questions about emissions and the non-attainment area, and in particular, what's going to happen to the places where we have kind of these small, I'm going to call them small subdivisions. I'm not even quite sure what to call them. So I'll start off, I hope, with an easy question, which is, of the subdivisions that are near Capitol, Augusta, Thera, Belford, and can't read my own writing, Blackburn, do those folks have homeowners associations, and did you offer to meet with their homeowners associations or meet with them as communities?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner McGowan. We have done a thorough analysis through both internet records as well as conversations with people in the neighborhoods, and we're not aware of any HOAs around those 5 locations. As for consultations with people in groups, I think that Brian DeRose could probably also maybe give some color here, but we really relied on our one-on-one conversations and that door knocking, one in those individual conversations, and that really robust one-on-one engagement and outreach. And if someone did want to have a group conversation, we'd be more than open to having that going forward.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like ways that people feel comfortable getting their information. And for me, the homeowners association is kind of one avenue, but if they don't have homeowners, that's really not an avenue for you to use. So I appreciate the response.
Yeah, definitely.
Going back to your presentation on pages 51 and 53, when you're talking about, I have a couple of questions and I'm very interested in this, and I'm kind of all over the place, but they're kind of all related. So I apologize. I think that one map shows the little red dots are the 287 wells that PDC is planning on Ping and Aing. And I'm wondering if you could tell me, of the 287, the status of those various wells, like which are still producing, which are shut in, because I think that ties into an estimated emissions reduction from Ping and Aing these locations. And then I am appreciative of the per well VOC reductions, but I'm not sure I can put that into context where if you had presented it in a different way, which is, here's the emissions related to the addition of the 466 new wells. If I P&A the 287, here's the delta. I either have now a positive emissions are being added, or, oh, by the way, I'm going to have fewer of these reductions because this is newer technology compared to the old wells, which are emitting with their equipment. And I'm wondering if you might not have that information at hand, but those 2 pages were interesting to me, and I was wondering if the information was presented a little bit differently, if we could kind of have a bigger cumulative picture of what's happening in the area.
I was just going to say, I was going to say, I can probably start with the red dots and then pass it off to my colleague Meredith. So for clarification, the image on the left with the red dots of wells going away, those were PDCs and other operators' wells that we believe due to this development will go away. And we feel very strongly most of those will go away because we've had the conversation with the other operator that owns upwards of 95% of those wells. So the one on the left was all the wells going away, and in the green are the 22 locations left in that area. As far as the emissions, they are calculated only off of our wells, and that's where I'll pass it off to Meredith here to kind of go into the methodologies.
Sure. So the emissions reduction estimate is conservative because you haven't included the potential 289 that could be added from the other operator.
That's correct. Thanks, Commissioner Gowan. That's a good question. We did not include the other operators' emission estimates in our estimates because we didn't have, it would not have been easy for us to readily get their emission estimates and then compare that to what is shut in or temporarily shut in. So we only focused on ours. When we did the emission estimates to show that reduction, what we did is we looked at what was still currently producing. So we didn't, basically we did not account for anything that was already zero in an emission reduction. And we just basically just took a per well average. So some will have a higher reduction in emissions, some might be slower, slightly lower than that 0.5, but 0.5 is average.
Thank you. And so,
I was just going to say that's based on our COEI reporting.
Yep.
From the previous reporting year.
Okay. So if I were to look at what you're adding to this non-attainment area compared to what you're going to be Ping and Aing, can you tell me in general, the directional of NOx, VOCs, HAPs? Are we going up? Are we going down? Will it be about a zero-sum game? Is it a little bit? Is it a lot? Like, it's just hard to tell from the way that I really like the way that you presented the information, but it's hard for me to tell. And I think that we've heard some folks who are concerned about the non-attainment area and what will be emitted from these new wells. And I do think that we can talk about the reduction of emissions along with the addition of some emissions.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. That's actually a really good point. And I think we have to look at it kind of 2 ways. When we look at production facility to production facility, we're actually reducing VOCs by at least 58% with this, because our highest producing VOC year is when we still have some ongoing completions combined with facilities coming online, that's around 60 tons. And we're doing a net reduction of about 143 tons per year, conservatively based on just PNRing PDC wells. So you're going to see that. Now with NOx, most of the NOx emissions are from pre-production. So that we can't really compare that apples to apples with these facilities that are existing. Their NOx emissions are pretty low. So again, you see a significant drop off as NOx emissions once we complete our combustion activities. That is because we have committed to electrifying our pads. But like I said, we realize our NOx emissions during pre-production, specifically around completion engines, is a point of issue for many people, and we are committed to actively exploring technologies and any other operational efficiencies, just like we have the last year and a half, to continue to kind of, I guess, slice away at our NOx emissions. Just because what we're presenting here does not mean we'll use those same technologies in the future. We're very committed to kind of pushing that envelope.
Thank you. So that brings me to my next series of questions, which is, I think that by using electric rig, by piping your produced water and then all liquids away, well, the liquids away is in production, but I think that you've done what you can during drilling to try to reduce emissions as much as possible. I think the next slice then is what's happening during completions, and I think that what you've committed to is dual fuel engines for completions. Is that correct?
Right now, that's what we're using, dual fuel engines, but we're committed to exploring new technologies. So our current commitment, what we know we can guarantee is dual fuel, but we'll continue to look.
And I'm just wondering if you have looked at, and I think what I also heard is that what you have committed for electric power might not be enough for you to use for completion. So an electric rig might not be an option, which is, I think, what we heard Larimer County asking for consideration.
Yeah, and I guess I can hop in here, and Commissioner McGowan, I thought this was going to be your opening question. So I think what I'll do.
Start slow and work my way, you know.
I think what we'll do is we'll bring in Larimer's concern and ask of the ozone season, and then go into what technologies or what we're looking into, kind of all in one, because it all speaks when we're talking about pulling from the grid. So the way we I testified to that our development schedule is precisely created based on the demand load of the demand load capacity of the grid. And the way we, in working with our infrastructure partners, we have 5 different areas that are all essentially all tied to one. So we have one utility company in the Northwest and 4 different circuit areas for our other utility company, covering the rest of the cap. And the goal was for each of those circuit areas is to keep really a flat, peak over time. So you don't have a lot of peaks and valleys, just because that is a consistent demand load to that. So when we look what is pulling demand, we have drilling, and then we have our facilities. So the way we pulled that forecast together is to stack those peaks of each over time and flatten it out, to actually bring the demand to that. And then that's when we have to run those transmission lines to that geographic area with the corridor of wells. So that's how we forecasted everything out. And what's important with that, if we start building in a 3-month, window where we can't complete, because yes, completions is not electrified, but the facilities coming online is tied to completion. It's the direct event right after. So if we build in a window where we can't, and then we start stacking these activities in the other 9 months, what we have is we don't have the feasibility to electrify the operations that we already committed to, because we're going to be over those demand load in those geographic circuit areas. So that's why it was flattened. And if we build in those windows, then we start building those peaks higher and higher as you're stacking loads at times.
Okay, so now I'm stepping outside my sandbox and potentially outside of yours. Does the battery, so we visited a couple sites that have been using battery source for completions, which kind of takes the load off some of the engines, helps them run more efficiently, reduces fuel use, reduces emissions, is also quieter.
Yes.
And so I'm wondering, does that also create this load problem on your electric capacity that you've come
Yes.
to with this electric provider?
Yeah, and that was going to be my next segue, is because, you know, when Larimer County was discussing it, I think it was like misperceived that we could just, you know, have batteries power our entire completion operation. And we are well aware of the battery technology out there that pulls certain capacity of the grid when it's available, and then has combustion of either, you know, natural gas or diesel to power the rest. So we are well aware of that technology. It's just not feasible to do it at, you know, the order of magnitude over our drilling that completions is. And really that's the basis of why you can't pull it from the grid, because we have a 3.5 megawatt demand load for our rig. It's an order of magnitude higher for a completions crew. Now, you do have to account for that capacity pulling in from that, for that, you know, battery on your hydraulic fracturing crew. So that has to fold into the mix. Now, what I can tell you is we are bringing in an E-fleet in Q1. And, you know, this isn't an E-fleet, like I said, that you plug into the grid just because the capacity is not there. It's an E-fleet where we essentially generate our own power through natural gas on site, and then electrify, you know, electrically driven pump trucks. Now, you know, similar to our separator burners, you know, we are piloting things, and we will have that technology in, you know, in our hands in a few months, but we can't commit to what we don't know today. But you know, I think that just keeps on going back to our true commitment. It is that we are going to continue to evolve, continue to chase technologies, and to continue to reduce our emissions and overall impacts, and really shorten the time of operation. And that's what the purpose of the biannual reports have been, is that we will report back to you, you know, whether there's cultural distance changes or development changes or technology changes on BMPs. That is the vessel to really report back to the COGCC. Like, we presented to you what we can do today, and we believe this is the most protective thing we can do today, knowing that keeps on evolving. And that was the purpose of reporting back.
Okay.
And if I may add one thing, I think with conversations with CDPHE about our NOx emissions, we've had conversations and discussions about collaborating with CDPHE to set up NOx monitoring, if that is something that CDPHE is willing to explore as well. So we will work with them on any kind of studies like that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, so this is where I really would like, I was hoping Tricia was going to still be here, and I don't know if someone from CDPHE is still available, but I think that I need maybe to also understand CDPHE's perspective on their consultation for this cap. So for this cap, we have 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet, which is probably the most we've seen from any cap or OGDP applications thus far. The Longs Peak, I think, had 87 RBUs within 2,000 feet, and that was one where CDPHE expressed concerns from a public health perspective. And so I'm trying to gain some perspective from CDPHE about why this cap and what's being proposed as best management practices is more protective, or protective enough that they see as you know, green light. And I'm also wondering what their perspective is in relation to trying to figure out, as you move forward, this remaining piece of how we could reduce emissions during completions in the non-attainment area, and in particular near these clumps of RBUs. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if they're around, if they could give us some feedback about their consultation process and their thoughts about non-attainment and HAPs and locations of RBUs, and how this all played out, because their consultation seems to be these BMPs are the ones that they're comfortable with, and after having a conversation with you, they feel are protective, if I'm understanding the consultation correctly.
And I can't speak for CDPHE, and if they're on, I guess they can pop on. You know, we had very informal consultations leading up to our formal consultation with the CDPHE, really just focusing on BMPs. and, you know, the electrification of our operations and what we have presented. And I think based on those consultations, in my mind, they went very well too. They were pleased with the BMPs we're offering. Now with the emission stuff, that really started happening mid-October post our formal consultation. And we met with the CDPHE, Jason Maxey, you know, indicated Weld was on as well, and, you know, members from the APCD. And, you know, between phone calls and actual formal meetings, we met with them a lot, really discussing methodologies on how we're calculating these emissions, particularly to NOx. That was the leading driver of their conversation. And, you know, based on those conversations, we went back and changed our numbers to different methodologies that were actually more representative of our numbers. And I just want to go back to the slide that was presented earlier, because I think it was a little misleading to what Meredith presented. You know, the 2.6 tons of NOx per well is the lowest that's been submitted to the COGCC to this point, and is actually lower than the number in the SIP that was then said that that is underestimated.
Agreed. Like I really don't want to downplay all the things that this operator is putting in his proposal as part of this cap. I think that there are things that I have, as a commissioner, you've heard me just harping about all the time: piping away the produced water, going tankless. These are all really important strategies as we're doing things that are near people, and we're doing things that are in the non-attainment area. And so I'm most appreciative. So of course now I'm nitpicking about the little slice of improvement that I think we could make with just during completions. And so I'm trying to figure out how to wrap that in with preliminary siting versus BMPs that we think we'll see, that we will see, that we are still able to have a discussion about if we make these preliminary sites. And in particular, I want to be protective of those clusters of homes. In visiting these sites, the places where there are fewer RBUs, it's very clear to me that there has been either informal or formal consent from those folks who are living in those spaces. Not so clear to me for these subdivisions, but clear to me also that you went, you know, above and beyond for community engagement. So I'm just trying to weigh kind of what this looks like if we move forward for these locations and the non-attainment area, and a proposal that is within 2,000 feet of the most RVUs that we've seen to date. And so wanting to make sure that we're being the most protective that we possibly can, and that we're doing avoidance first and then minimizing next. And then as part of minimization would be me kind of trying to really push you, is there something we can do beyond dual fuel to minimize during completions because of the reasons that I just put forward?
Yeah, and if I could add, you know, initially our whole plan was avoidance, and I think that's displayed through 72% of our RVUs being outside of 1,500 feet. But that slice you're talking about, that you're concerned about, we are also laser focused on that slice, because we're not just talking about, you know, like permitting and operating. These are our corporate goals, to have these aggressive reductions that we report really, you know, annually and then update quarterly, you know, out to the markets. So this is who we are. This is what's driving us as a company at this point, is looking at those slices to reduce. So I don't know if that gives you, I'm not trying to give you, like, you know, the confidence that PDC, but this is outside of any regulation. This is who PDC is. This is our corporate goals, and this is what we're measured upon. How do we keep on reducing those slices and reducing our goal? Like I said, our goal is not reducing, it's eliminating emission sources. We've done it through drilling and production. We still have that completion there.
And I would also like to add that just in the past year and a half, when you kind of look at normalize the way we, I guess, estimated our emissions, we've pretty much cut our emissions by 75% in just a year and a half as it pertains to NOx on a per well basis. So we're continuing to look at operational efficiencies. We've already employed some technological advancements, you know, kind of on our own, because to Brian's point, that's what we're always looking for, is that way to just, you know, perform at a level that that, you know, people can be proud of in the state. You know, we like working, we like living here, we like working here, we like playing here. We want, you know, a lot of PDC employees live in Weld County and close to a lot of these pads. And so it's imperative for us, you know, that, you know, this is important for us as well. And to all our production team and pre-production team. The goal here is just to continue to push the envelopes as it pertains to emission reductions. And I think just about, you know, the emission reductions we see in just the past 5 years on the production side, especially as it pertains to VOCs, is amazing. I don't know any of us would have thought that, you know, emissions from tanks would almost be insignificant at this point compared to where it was 3 years. So it's been amazing to kind of watch that. I'm afraid I won't have a job here in a few years, but I think, you know, I think that's something we can all be proud of, and PDC is definitely willing to keep pushing that.
Sorry, now I'm back now to the wells that will be P&A'd. Do you know how many of those are currently within 2,000 feet of RBUs?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but we can get that answer for you.
It's okay. I think that will be, if this gets approved, important information for us to have. Because if I'm understanding correctly, you guys are waiving the 314 waiver from doing a Form 2B for each of your OGDP locations if this moves forward. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. And the first part, I think, you know, although it's not an exact number, the map on that left of that slide really displays like really the impacts we're talking about to RBUs, and you know, the proximity to them. Now with the Form 2B, we created a cap-wide CI evaluation, really because it's a holistic plan. It needs to tell a story. It just can't be, you know, 22 different tabs on a spreadsheet that people are supposed to, you know, drudge through to try to get really understand the impacts. The way we set up the cumulative impact evaluation was so that we accounted for all the data that goes into the 2B, and we can take it out, and we are going to submit the 2Bs at the time of our OGDP submittals. So all the data in the CI evaluation is going to come out and be submitted within the 2Bs so it can go into the CIDR database.
I'm not sure that we're saying the same thing, but just saying it a different way. I hope that we are. I guess my understanding for this is, as you move forward, as you submit your OGDPs, and I'm gonna guess that it's gonna be by area, these areas that you've clumped them into, the Raton, the whatever, we're gonna see those OGDPs. I'm gonna see a 2B for each of the locations. It's gonna tell me emissions that are going to come from those new wells. You will know, based on what you've seen me ask in the past, I will ask you, what will be emission savings related to this OGDP? What are you going to be P&A'ing? What will be that savings? What kind of equipment are you going to use? This will be an opportunity for me to ask if you've moved beyond dual fuel for completions in some of those locations, for example. And I'm assuming that that's what's being offered up here as part of this proposal. But in the director's recommendation, and then in Mr. Prashala's opening, you still talked about the cap for 314B not having to do the cumulative impact analysis individually in the Form 2B. So I really just want some clarity, I guess.
So can I jump in, Brian? Commissioner, I think the answer to your original question is yes, they are waiving not having to do the 314, 304, the B, right? You are going to do those for each OGDP. You're pulling that data from the cumulative, the big one you've done, but you will submit it as you submit OGDPs for that OGDP.
That is correct. There will be a Form 2B with the site-specific location at the time of OGDP submittals. And I guess I'll further commit to any advancements in technology and additional emission reductions, we will incorporate that at that time within those 2B submittals. So that'll all be data that can be pulled into the CIDR database.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Sorry for hogging. Mr. Chair, you are muted.
Commissioner Messner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner McGowan, for asking a lot of the questions that I had questions about. I do appreciate that. Let me initially ask a question, because I heard this from both Mr. Coshier and Mr. Lepore, that the determination on whether or not to be able to do infrastructure on this project is contingent on every single one of the sites to be preliminary sited. And so I want to understand that a little further. Are you saying that if one of these sites does not get preliminary siting due to whatever reason that the commission decides, that you're not interested in having the cap approved?
No, I think that maybe was misrepresented. What we were saying that is preliminary siting offers us the vessel to really build out these major infrastructure lines for our locations to tie into. So, you have these corridors that go through for transmission lines. They have to be in proximity of our sites. Some of these transmission lines are 14 to 15 miles from a substation. So they're not small feats, but for us to tie it in or have that capacity there, we need to know where the locations are going to be. Essentially, you can't build the road without knowing where the overpass is going to be, right? Similar to midstream, building out an entire water infrastructure on the southern portion of that cap is really tied to where those locations are going to be, to where you get your right-of-ways. What we were saying is if there are sites that don't have preliminary siting approval, we can't commit to those BMPs at this time. What it'll essentially be is at the OGDP level, similar to what we see at a lot of OGDPs. There is a COA committing that we will check the feasibility of electrifying, of three-phase takeaway, at the time of the OGDP. So no, we are not saying it's no to the cap. We are strictly saying that if we don't know where the sites are, in some of these projects are 4 to 5 years out to get done, we don't know if we're going to be able to potentially tie them into the grid or water infrastructure.
Okay, so understanding that, there's any number of reasons that a commission may decide that they can or cannot do preliminary siting, depending on any number of factors.
Yep.
But also understanding that there's a certain time frame allotted within an OGDP for construction to be happened, and that even within a cap, even if there's not preliminary siting, certainly you've provided a sketch of where you're going to propose siting in an OGDP. I guess my question is, how long does it take to build that stuff out? And what certainty does this commission have that if there was preliminary siting that was approved in these particular sites, that the considerations would be made by PDC for adjusting the site based on conditions on the ground when the OGDP is actually submitted? So the reason I ask this, and this is specific to 604B2. And so essentially I'm asking, how is PDC going to handle 604B2 when it comes to determination of actual sites and adjustments of sites necessary based on the site conditions when the OGDP is actually submitted?
Mm-hmm.
We've certainly had a previous operator indicate that there was going to be an evergreen nature to a CDP. And then when it came to site-specific conditions and determinations on site, they really hung their hat on 604B2 and were not interested in making, any adjustments because of that. And the rules do allow that, but that's where there's some perhaps pause or concern around preliminary siting in certain situations. Is this exemption? It's not a formal exemption, but this siting consideration that's provided by 604B2. So my question is ultimately, how is PDC going to handle that when it comes to the individual OGDP and looking at considerations for not just additional BMPs that may be associated with the site, but perhaps adjusting the site based on the ground conditions when the OGDP is submitted.
So I guess I'll start with what we are comfortable committing to today is everything that has preliminary siting. We will execute the BMPs that we have outlined as far as electrification and three-phase takeaway from our developments. Now, the sites that are maybe outside of that preliminary siting approval, like I said, the time of OGDPs, we will check the feasibility and commit to that, because our goal from emissions reductions and really getting trucks off the road is that exactly. What becomes tough is when you're talking about some of these developments that we're developing 4 and 5 square miles of minerals, you're talking large swaths of land. Now, if the location is moving a couple hundred yards, that shouldn't fundamentally affect our ability to tie into a grid or a midstream infrastructure. But if it's going to move 6 miles, then that has great impacts for our ability to tie into anything. So what we're understanding preliminary siting is today is that if we're granted preliminary siting, we are essentially approved at that site, and we can go ahead with all these infrastructure builds, knowing, and our partners in either utilities or midstream, knowing that if we bring it to those sites, we're going to tie it in. Does that help answer or clarify your question, or?
Yeah, I understand it, and I understand the challenge or the back and forth that's associated with having to develop out that infrastructure. But there's also a significant time frame that's associated with this, and lots of things change. And so, I think that's why in the director's recommendation, there was some concern about providing preliminary siting in certain locations because of some uncertainty at some point in the future, and rather having that site-specific discussion occur at the OGDP level, because there was not enough certainty in the site-specific measures or understanding of what was actually going to be happening on the ground at the OGDP time to be able to provide that kind of that certainty that 604P2 provides, or lack of flexibility, I guess I would say, right?
So operationally, I think our plan in front of you is very clear how we're going to operate, our pre-production operations from a B&P standpoint, how we're going to operate our facilities, and what we have in front of you are completions. Now what you don't have at this point is like a noise mitigation plan, a light mitigation plan, stormwater, which in our minds displays compliance. We will surely be in compliance at the time of submitting those. So from a location understanding of how we're going to operate, I think we're very clear of how we're going to operate. Now, thinking about what changes as far as cultural distances or how we're going to, BMPs that we're going to deploy, that's really, what those mid-year check-ins is for us to COGCC, is updating culturals if it changes, updating if encroaching development is coming, updating ways that we will change our operations that will be more protective. So that was really our commitment, and not just to the regulatory agencies, but if you think about the biannual meetings with local communities, local governments, this is an evergreen, fully transparent, not application, but really development.
And I appreciate that, but I mean, the evergreen thing, fool me once, right? And it's on you, fool me twice, and it's on me. And I've heard the term evergreen a number of times now, and that gets utilized a lot and maybe doesn't get applied as at least I thought the evergreen term might be applied. And so I appreciate it. And again, like Commissioner McGowan, I do think this is the best CAP application that we've received. And so I'm nitpicking on some stuff and trying to work through a few things in order to get the best clarity that we can get. And so I want you to understand that. But I'm going to give you an example. So we've got updated high priority habitat maps that happen occasionally, and I think one's about to happen. And within those high priority habitat maps, just like there was a bald eagle's nest that was found by one of your contractors, which I really appreciate that you were honest and located that. And as Commissioner Ackerman indicated, I think that you're doing everything you can to try to address the situation. Do appreciate that. But high priority habitat map, one of the sites that was outside of high priority habitat is now within high priority habitat. And it's in high priority habitat that's unmitigatable. And so it may require an adjustment of where the actual location is. I mean, how does PDC address that at that time?
Well, that's part of our updating of, it's not just cultural distance RVUs, it's high priority habitats. And at that time, if there is a discussion, we will certainly have the consultations to understand the impacts to a preliminary sited location and what that means either from an operating or adjusting that location. But right now, this is the most protective application we can put together today. And this is what
I understand that, and I appreciate that. But my point is that the way that the rules are written is that you can just say, well, this was preliminary cited as far as 604B2, and so therefore we don't have to move this, which has happened before. And so I'm just asking on the record how PDC might handle that should that situation arise where, you know, a map gets adjusted and there's, you know, a need to perhaps adjust a site. And and so this is just a question. And I know that you can't go on the record for a hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to understand like how you would approach these situations, whether you would hang your hat on 604B2 or whether you would be approach it a different way.
So Commissioner, can I jump in a little bit? I think there's a few aspects to this, and a big one to me is what some of the things that Mr. Maxey spoke to this morning. To me, there's an enormous benefit in everybody knowing that this is the planned location for oil and gas. And knowing that allows the local governments to plan around that. And you probably know this better than I do. You've been a county commissioner. But there has to be sort of this group planning outlook that this is going to be an oil and gas location. And at the local government level, what does that mean for what we approve in that location? The changes that will happen over this span of time, no one knows about. And one of the things that doesn't get maybe as much attention is things we've touched on are the technological advances. I mean, if we look back a few years, as I tried to say in my opening, it's a very different world today. And Ms. Knopf just said the same about air emissions. It's a very different world than it was a couple of years ago. So, I mean, there's a certain amount of, I hear you on fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. I mean, PDC is all in on this thing in every way imaginable. And first and foremost to me on that commitment to build this infrastructure. They are doing so much more here than building some well pads and drilling some wells. They are investing in this very large area in a way to deliver these best in class BMPs. So I hear you that this is a good application. I would say give PDC the benefit of the doubt on what happens in 2, 4, 6, and 8 years from now when these things arise. I mean, if I don't know, I guess we'll stick with the eagles. If an eagle's nests near a site, there's a lot of collective wisdom in this group. It seems to me we can solve those problems. The most disruptive possible outcome is to say, move the location. That is the most disruptive possible outcome. So we understand preliminary siting is not an ironclad guarantee, but we also have an expectation that PDC can go out and invest the time and money that it will take to build that infrastructure going to that location. And as Mr. Cochier said, if we're talking about a couple 100 feet or maybe a couple 100 yards, that's a doable thing. If it's move it, to a different parcel. I mean, if you saw what happened after the April Weld County meeting in responding to just a couple of requests, the one slide that Mr. DeRose had up, 2 sites got consolidated, 1 site got taken off completely, other sites had longer laterals added, all to accommodate those relatively small changes. This is very interdependent and interconnected now. And the benefit here is that the whole of the cap is better than the sum of the parts. So I don't have a perfect answer. You can come up with a hypothetical that is going to be a real mind bender for all of us. But PDC has said and will put as conditions of approval about half a dozen things that they will do to kind of, resolve that concern. Meeting with you twice a year for updates, not a bad thing. Meeting with CPW on the regular. You don't like the term evergreen, or you have some lack of confidence in the evergreen. I guess we have to have a gentleman's handshake. I don't know what, that's what they're going to do. They're going to put that on their application, and it's a condition of approval. The
Well, I appreciate
tracking is not really a thing right now.
I mean, I appreciate the response, and I also appreciate the challenge here. I also, as a previous county commissioner and longtime planning commissioner, know that in master planning, there's often proposed areas for certain development, and it doesn't have to be preliminary cited and guaranteed for land use to happen around a particular area, understanding that the potential for an activity is there. And that's a pretty common thing in master planning. But at the same time, I'm not making an argument. I'm just saying that there are different ways to approach it. And so I hear what's being said. I hear you saying that, there's an intent. And I also hear Mr. Cochier saying that without preliminary citing, that some of the BMPs that are being proposed here may not be able to be committed to at this time. And so, I mean, I hear both of those things. So thank you for answering the question. This is actually just a general question, because I want to, and it's not actually to PDC, it's probably to us. But I want to just say that I really appreciate having Mr. Moret present and at the hearing and providing consultation verbally at the hearing and more explicitly sharing his consultation. I agree with Commissioner McGowan. It would be incredibly helpful to have CDPHE or APCD involved with this too, particularly as we talk about different things that are being considered around air emissions in the non-attainment area, and whether or not there's any considerations, or whether we would be able to ask them questions about different things that PDC is proposing, because I do think that, at least to me, there's some compelling evidence that's being provided as far as the reduction of existing facilities and wells, even with the introduction of new wells and facilities. But I don't know if it's possible to get someone from CDPHE here tomorrow, but I think that would be really helpful for me should we go into tomorrow. I'm not saying that we have to go into tomorrow, but
Commissioner Messner, we've elevated Rick Coffin from CDPHE to the panel, and he was elevated because Commissioner McGowan had similar questions. So if y'all want to bring Mr. Coffin up, we can let you guys have questions for him.
Sure, that'd be great.
Hey there, Mr. Coffin. Thanks for being with us. Have you been listening into our questions and answers, et cetera?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Okay, let's let Commissioner McGowan sort of repeat her question, and then Commissioner Messner, you can do whatever follow-up you would like.
Hi, Mr. Coffin. Thanks for joining us. So I'm interested in a couple of CDPHE perspectives. One is if you could maybe differentiate or explain how this application is different from the Longs Peak Gavin site, in which CDPHE kind of said this still isn't protective enough. And in that case, we had 87 RBUs that were within 2,000 feet. In this case, I think we have 147 that are within 2,000 feet. And
Well,
if you can maybe talk about these best management practices or what kind of differentiates these two applications. And then I think that we heard a lot of testimony about concerns about non-attainment and adding to emissions. And if you could just give CDPHE's perspective about this application and non-attainment, ozone precursors.
And let me add to that question, because there's 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet, but that's at 22 different locations. So that's not quite the same as 87 in one specific location. So I just want to clarify the record on that point, knowing that you weren't tending to miss and clarify the record or whatever we want to call it. So go ahead, Mr. Coffin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Robbins, and thanks, Commissioner McGowan, for that question. Good question. So I think this location is different for many reasons. CDPHE has been in consultation with PDC for over a year on this cap. I think PDC engaged with us early on, and as they mentioned today, we've had several meetings with them since. And I believe consultation on the Longs Peak OGDP with my predecessor, Sean Hackett, occurred pretty late in the process. And then also a big difference was the operator did not agree to most of CDPHE's recommendations until the hearing in that process. And my understanding is that the McGavin location was in a very dense residential area. And from the proposal, I think one of Sean Hackett's main concerns is that it was generally like surrounded by emissions generating activity. And, you know, in comparison in the Guanella cap, while there are a large number of RBUs within 2,000 feet, as Chair Robbins just said, they're spread out over a larger area. And let's see, like I think it's the Blackburn Federal site has 31 RBUs, and that's, you know, less than, or the McGavin location had, I think, more than twice as many RBUs within 2,000 feet. And then also, you know, as has been discussed here, PDC is committed to 40 of CDPHE's recommended BMPs, and you know, they're pretty much the strongest ones that we can recommend that have been discussed, such as the electric drill rigs, tankless design, pipelines to transport water, pipelines to transport produced oil and gas, Group 3 drilling mud, Tier 4 better engines for fracking, and several of the ozone mitigation on high forecasted ozone day BMPs. So, you know, for all those reasons, you know, or I guess let me talk about with our consultation in general and our perspective. So when consulting, you know, we're considering potential health impacts, and CDPHE does not think in absolute terms like it is safe or it is not safe. We think in terms of relative risk, and we believe that the BMPs that PDC has agreed to will reduce the relative risk of impacts at the site at all these locations within the cap. You know, they've, like I said, agreed to many of the top BMPs that we recommend. Also, we recognize that this is a new process for all of us, and as has been mentioned here, we're working with operators to better understand any differences in emissions, that are reported in CAP applications, and we're kicking off a working group to work on that soon here in the next couple weeks, which we're excited about. And also I should mention that we're appreciative of PDC's responsiveness, to look at the emissions again and to work with us in this working group. And then I guess, lastly, I'll say that we recognize that there may be additional opportunities for consultation during the OGDP phase. And, we'll be in communication with the operator at those points as well.
Thank you, Mr. Coffin. I'm wondering if you also heard, so it's been a long day and I know you have a life, but at the beginning, we heard from Larimer County and their desire to see, and I think we've had some conversations about why some of this technology might not actually work for what's being proposed. But one of the alternatives also was to conduct completions or drilling in the non-attainment season. I don't know if that's a double negative. And I'm wondering if that approach has been discussed with CDPHE or if CDPHE has thought about that.
I'm not aware of internal discussions here regarding that. It's an interesting idea, but I guess as PDC has responded to that request today, it appears that it would create some challenges to the whole idea behind planning a cap and kind of getting in and doing it in a way that minimizes emissions and risk. So I'm
Yep, thank you. I'm curious to know if CDPHE would see it as a burden if we discussed ensuring that there was CDPHE consultation for the OGDPs that are within 2,000 feet of RBUs within this cap as they come forward individually for consultation, just to make sure that we've looked at it again before it goes to the commission.
No, it would not be a burden at all. We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. And then I'm wondering what CDPHE's thoughts might be about making the camel or the moose available at some of these sites so that we could ground truth some of the emissions estimates that are coming from this proposal.
Definitely.
Yes, yep. Oh, sorry. We've agreed to do that with CDPHE.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Coffin. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Messner, did you have any questions for Mr. Coffin?
Those were the questions. So I appreciate Mr. Coffin, you providing the answers to those. So.
Agreed. I think we all agree. We really appreciate you being with us after hours and for providing some very good clarifying perspective from CDPHE's perspective on this proposed cap. So thank you very much, Mr. Coffin. We'll let you unvisualize. If you want to stick around, you can. I think we want another 45, 50 minutes. We'll see where we go next. Commissioner Messner, you're still recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more question for now. I appreciate the slides that I saw around, number of wells that are being plugged and, amount of VOCs that are being minimized with some of the P&A activities and the removal of these. But I wonder if we could just go through one more time so that I can better understand it. So, I've got down that we've got 287 wells that PDC owns that will be P&A'd as part of this cap. We've got 289 wells that another operator owns that may very well get P&A'd, but can't be a commitment because you don't own those wells. But there has been some conversations and it seems more than feasible that this is all going to happen. when I was out there, there was also associated tanks and facilities and other things that I think are going to be considered. What are we looking at for facilities and tanks and flow lines and other associated infrastructure that is going to be addressed in this cap?
Thanks, Commissioner Messner. That's actually a really good point because most of the emissions do come from the facilities. It's approximately 57 facilities,
57 facilities. Okay.
approximately.
Or PDC wells.
For PDC, yeah, just for PDC.
And so there's some number of additional facilities that would be, I mean, I guess you could assume that it's going to be close to that number for the other. When will you know? I mean, can we get updates on that? That when you know that kind of there's a commitment to be able to P&A or remove facilities from another operator? I mean, I know that you've got the commitment here for PDC stuff, but I assume after some time frame, you'd have a better understanding of what you're going to be able to do with another operator.
Yeah, so we start those discussions with our offset well evaluation during the permitting process. And then as we start getting, obviously get the permits and get closer to development, we have all of those discussions with other operators, and particularly we work hand in hand with some, this operator that we're talking about because our acreages are intertwined. So as we start going through, our development schedules from drilling the frac and understand what needs to either be mitigated downhole, what needs surface equipment changes, or what needs to be plugged and reclaimed. Really, we're talking about the timing around frac is when you can assume all of those wells with the developments are going away.
But you would have a pretty good idea at the OGDP level what most likely would go away at that point, right?
We can have,
or is it just at frac?
It's generally at frac, but we can have further discussions. Like I said, we've met reviewing the list of wells of the other operator within the cap and kind of going holistically what's going to happen to that. In the vast majority, it wasn't well by well, but the vast majority is that they'll be plugged at the time of frac. But we can certainly have further discussions of how we can clarify what's going to stay, what's going to go away.
Okay. And I wonder if, just so I have it clearer in my notes, I've got down 100 and I may have written it down wrong, but 144 tons of VOC annually removed, 60 tons annually produced by the new well. So a net benefit of 84 tons annually. Is that, I mean, my math's not great, so I may not have gotten that.
That's correct, Commissioner Messner, but that's on the highest. That percentage is actually our highest year. When we still have some completion activity and all the facilities are coming online. So after that, that 60 tons actually decreases. Of course, you would also see that kind of decrease from those older wells too. So it's about a 58% decrease, not only for PDC wells. We're not including the other operators' wells into that equation.
So that decrease, I mean, at some point, I mean, how does that timing work? So we got a 58% decrease. I mean, we're talking annually. So at some point now you just have the new wells online. These P&A activities, I mean, the cap's been built out. And so, I mean, you're thinking over the life of the cap over 10 years plus 5, is that my understanding? That you're going to see a 58% reduction in net adverse impact. Or actually of 58% less than current adverse impact associated from operations. So you're seeing an overall less adverse impact than current state, 58%. Is that right?
That's correct. If those wells were to continue to produce.
Okay.
At our highest year, because I think it was important when Meredith presented that plot. Once you cross over from pre-production activities and go over to just production, that value of 60 is actually much less because we're just in steady state production at that point.
Got it. All right, I'm following now.
Okay.
All right, that's questions I've got right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got some questions, but I'll defer if my fellow commissioners have additional questions before we keep moving here. What do folks think? Go ahead, Commissioner Cross.
Thank you. I mean, I'm happy to have you ask your questions first, Mr. Chair, if you prefer.
Go for it.
Well, thank you. And thank you again for the presentation. And I do appreciate the time earlier to try and organize some of my thoughts. So I'm hopeful this will be more directed than some of my questioning in previous hearings where I'm kind of making notes as I go. I think one of the first things that I want to try and do is get some responses to some of the public comment that was given today. And so the first one I want to talk about, the first issue I want to talk about is with respect to water. Several of the different public commenters talked about the fact that there's going to be a lot of water used here, that it can't be recycled, it can't be used for other uses. Can you give us a little bit of understanding of where the sources of water are that you're going to be using and the specific uses and what that water might be used for otherwise?
I think first I'll just start with the recycling end. Our number one goal is to reduce truck trips off the road from a nuisance standpoint, from diesel mile emission standpoint. So one of the challenges we have is we do not operate our own midstream system. So we transfer custody of our fluids really at our facility. So recycling of produced water then turns into trucking to recycling facilities and trucking back to the pads that need the water. And then particularly when we're operating on the Front Range here, surface impacts are a key driver. So now you have these large recycling facilities that are emitting emissions, odors within a population base. So for us, committing to three-phase takeaway, we are actually, in our mind, reducing any potential impacts by putting it down pipe, which then goes down an injection well. So as far as the where we source the water, we source it from private entities, and we submit it within the OGDP as a redacted plan, since they are private. But I also will add, any of the water we have coming to our locations is not trucked as well.
Okay, and beyond being trucked, I guess more of a leading type question, but I know one of the bullets that you had throughout your presentation noted that everything was at least a mile from public waterways, and this is not potable water that you're using for production purposes, is it?
It's generally for agricultural use.
Okay. And is it any water that would be used by the towns within Weld County for public consumption?
No, I'll take this question, and thanks for your question, Commissioner Cross. So similar to our community outreach in terms of locating surface sites, I mean, that kind of goes hand in glove with our relationships related to farmers, ditches, and our opportunities to work with them on those same type of ag water that they use to irrigate for crops. So we have certain agreements in and around the CAP areas that we're focused on, but we're committed to really dialing in more of a OGDP by OGDP on where that particular source is. But we have our eyes on ditches. We also have a partner with Chevron Pipe and Power that have a fresh water system in place that is also an opportunity for us. But in large part, and just bringing it back into summary, it's really the irrigation ditches and the folks in the community that we work with to get that fresh water for our completions operations.
Okay. But we're not impacting drinking water of communities.
Correct.
That's one of the big things I want to make sure.
Yeah,
okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And I don't know if it's helpful to actually pull up the presentation here, but some additional public comments went into things such as benzene. And I believe it was slide 58, and I'm trying to scroll there as well. So slide 58 talked about benzene, and can you just provide a little bit more detail on specifically not just the benzene, but also some of the other VOCs and HAPs and some of the reductions, and kind of what you mean here by being below the health guidance and versus the baseline here for everyone's edification, including some of the stakeholders that are just listening still.
Sure, Commissioner Cross, I can definitely answer that question. I believe Corey's getting it up right now. We have had an active air monitoring program since approximately even before it was for part of some of our agreements with Greeley. So we have about 15 locations that we have collected data from baseline, which is prior to our big rig arriving, and then all through pre-production, including drilling and completions, and the time in between drilling and completions. We do keep our monitors out for that entire time. And then at least through a minimum guarantee of the first 6 months of production per the rule. The rule only requires us to put 4 monitors on. We often put more on that depending on the size of our facility and location, proximity to receptors. So we've collected quite a bit of data, over 1,600 samples, using the benzene sorbate tube that refineries have been using for years under their refinery rule from the EPA. So you can see on the left-hand graph, you can see these are the samples we collected during our baseline period. That's approximately 10 days prior to the rig coming. APCD has approved these plans, and consensus has been reached that the health guidance value for benzene is 9 parts per billion. So you can see during baseline, we're well below that. And then when you see the benzene analytical results during drilling, completions, and production, you can see that we are still well below that health guidance value. And in some cases, we're at, you can see over here, especially when you get closer to October of 21, you can see that we're very close to this and very similar to the baseline results we get for benzene.
And is this showing all 15 locations, or is this just showing a single location?
No, these are all 15 locations. This is about 1,600 samples squirmed into this graph.
Okay, so this is looking at more cumulative production and
that's correct.
Okay. And I think maybe it's helpful to go over a little bit. I know you had some additional notes, and Commissioner Messner asked as well about some of the VOC reductions in the tons per year, but perhaps it might be helpful, again, for everyone's edification, to go through some of the air monitoring program on slide 59 and talk about some of the other VOCs and HAPs as well.
Sure. So we have on those same 15 facility locations with the same number of monitors, we've collected 15,000 hours of continuous data. That's continuous data. I mean, when you actually cumulatively add it up over the life of those 15 sites, it's much more than that. But it was over about a 15,000 hour period. These are the investigation level approved by the APCD is a 5 parts per million rolling 3-hour average. And that's what you see on this graph. Each color on this graph, which is all but very messy, the point is each color in this graph represents a facility. So you can see over 3-hour averages where we have had some, I guess, sticks or spikes, and then where you see our 2 exceedances, they're slightly above 8 and then slightly below 6. And those are a result of a spill and then actually offsite activities. We do also co-locate a weather station on there so we can get a sense of wind direction, so we can kind of pinpoint where the sources of these emissions are coming from, which is very helpful in determining what are the causes of these sources. And especially when it comes to the little sticks that you see here that aren't quite above that 5 ppm, we've been able to pinpoint some of the operations that have contributed to these sticks, and then kind of changed operations where we could. to reduce and minimize those sticks.
And did I understand correctly as well during your presentation that if you do get some of these spikes during your remote automation facilities, you can also shut it down to make sure that you don't have exceedances?
Not for we have not explored that option yet for the ones that are under 5. For the ones that go over 5, we actually do go out and sample with a SUMA canister, which is basically I guess it's, for lack of a better word, it's a big metal canister that collects the ambient air over a certain period of time. So we actually immediately go out, and we also collected an additional benzene sample at that time as well. So that happens when there is a trigger event to see if we can get a better idea of what is happening during that time. Again, we've only had 2 of these exceedances. Both were kind of short term in terms of that was like a plug and reclaim activity. The one kind of later in 2022, and then that produced water spill was caught very quickly. So it was kind of that initial release of produced water, and then it also immediately dropped down.
Okay. And as I mentioned, I think Commissioner Messner's questions about some of the VOC reductions and ongoing VOC reductions were already asked. So that's helpful as well. And I want to also ask, one of the public commenters also talked about being in favor of plugging, but not if it's a trade-off. And so again, that the reduction in the VOCs is both for your facilities and your plugging and abandoning wells. And that's, as discussed, for the high point of the production, correct? The kind of delta in what's coming out of this?
Correct. We compared kind of, well, I guess I should say, if I understand your question correctly, we compared just the amount of reduction in VOCs we would have from plugging and reclaiming our well locations. So not even including other operators. We just compared that to our highest year emission source, which was that 2029 year, where we still have completion activities ongoing with our facilities coming online, which is typically where you see the highest amount of production. So in theory, the highest amount of, well, not in theory, most likely the highest level of emissions. So we kind of compared it to that. That's in 2029, but we have in 2023, 2024, 25, also VOC emissions, but just much lower. So we kind of wanted to be conservative in showing that 58% reduction.
And that's overall, there will be a net reduction in VOCs because of the plugging and abandoning and decommissioning of facilities.
That's correct.
Even once all 400 plus wells are in there.
That's correct. In 2030 is where you see our steady state with that red line that we had up there. Right there is where we just have our facilities online. We no longer have any kind of drilling or completions activities related to these facilities happening.
Perfect. And one of the questions that was brought up earlier, and I don't know if you have an answer to it yet, but I thought I'd touch upon it again, was the proximity of the wells that are being plugged and abandoned to RBUs. Do you know how many of the 287, the 289, how many RBUs those are within close proximity to?
We don't have that answer yet. That'll take quite a bit of work to get that answer. I would also like to add, with a lot of the automation that we are guaranteeing on these facilities, for example, the infrared camera, the air monitoring, the air monitors are also staffed 24/7. Our EHS on-call number receives those alerts, so we can respond very quickly to them. Same with our field monitoring room. So when we do see something, it's not, we don't address it, at our leisure. It's happening in real time when we see those notifications.
Okay. I appreciate that. And yeah, and I know that, and I know it was mentioned earlier, I do appreciate being given the opportunity to look at some of the sites. And I think it was more than just going and looking at an open field, but seeing what some of the different receptors are, getting an idea of where the RBUs close are, but also seeing some of the existing facilities and getting an idea of, what facilities might be shut down and some of the proximity there. So it would be helpful to know the number of RBUs it's close to, but but understand that that's also a lot of work as well. So I do appreciate that. I think consistent with another topic that'll come up as Chair Robbins mentioned, that we'll have a presentation on tomorrow, but also we're dealing with later this week, that was brought up as cumulative impacts. Do you have an idea on some of the other operations going on in this area? Do you know if there's additional planned oil and gas operations in this area? Anything beyond what's being discussed about being plugged and abandoned or decommissioned?
No, I think that's really the essence of this application is it's really a contiguous development area over 52 square miles that PDC will operate. So from any pre-production activities to bringing locations onto production will all be PDC. As for the other, vertical wells of other operators, really that is the only other extent of oil and gas operations in this 52 square mile area would be workover or P&A of those wells, but no other new development. And, if we're talking about accounting for cumulative impacts, everything in this area has been accounted for based on our new development.
Okay. And I'll be honest, I don't know if Mr. Sura is still on, but I would be interested to hear, and maybe we can get him back tomorrow as well, to hear some of his thoughts before deliberations as well on some of the discussions with what Commissioner McGowan talked about with respect to the idea of the use of the batteries and you potentially coming back to us and using some of those batteries as well. So I'll just kind of make that, as I had it in my notes, as a potential thing to talk about with respect to some of the comments before the presentation as well. And
I guess I would say that in lieu of batteries, we've explored those technologies and understand what they are. It's a minimal draw from the grid, storing some of that energy and then offsetting with burning diesel. But it's a fraction of what we would actually need to power our completions. That in lieu of that, that's why we're bringing in an electric fleet Q1 that we will then be electrifying on our location through natural gas generation. So, we understand the technologies out there, and that's what we are, bringing in to try to understand the feasibility. And if it works for us, the potential to deploy into the CAP lands. But like I said before, we can't commit to something that we just don't understand the nuances or feasibilities of until we actually get it on the ground and operate with it.
And I think, I appreciate that. And I think you sort of answered and I apologize. One of the kids just got so we have dogs barking as they come in.
I get
it. So consistent with what you're saying there, I think in future OGDPs, when we start to get to the site specific level, that's a time where, depending on how this pilot program goes, it may be a consideration for some of the e-fleets throughout that you commit to at that time.
Absolutely. And that once again, that's part of like the semi-annual update or biannual update, however you want to say it, to the COGCC is to explain the new technologies we're deploying in our development. But then also when we come to the OGDP submittals and we're filling out the Form 2Bs for each location, those new technologies will be incorporated into our emission calculations.
Okay. And with respect to the twice-a-year meeting with the COGCC, I just wanted to confirm that is something you're committing to, because I know in looking at, I think it was slide 42 is what I have in my notes. It talked about some of the stakeholders, some of the and relevant local governments, but I don't remember seeing COGCC. So I just wanted to.
And the closing slide of our presentation also has those future commitments.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. And one other thing that was talked about in public comment that I wanted to ask about to really get your idea on whether this is something that PDC is looking at. There was some discussion of other alternative energy sources, things like renewables, solars, and things like that. Are there any programs that PDC is looking into investing in, et cetera, that look into renewable energy sources that you can either use on your sites or be presented to the public to help with kind of that transition moving forward?
We explore every source of energy to power our operations. We're talking about the electrical grid right now because that's we know it's feasible to do it in certain instances. But just because that's what we're talking about in the public forum doesn't mean that we're not exploring every way to power our operations. Like I said, it's part of our corporate goals to drastically reduce emissions, and with that, everything is on the table to be able to explore.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit is talking about some of the changes in your plan, especially one of the things that was talked about was, and noted in some of the slides, was the 2018 version of the plan that was under SRC, the 2020 version of the plan that you initially talked about, and then what ultimately came forward in the 2022 version that we're looking at now. And a lot of the discussion talked about some of the changes between the 2020 and the 2022 that we're looking at now, specifically the reduction of sites from 25 to 22. And I believe you said there was 33 sites initially proposed in the SRC plan. Can you give us an idea of how similar some of obviously there's a reduction in number, but how similar some of the sites were in the SRC plan to what you're looking at now, where there's significant changes, where some of them kind of like, yes, these were sites that we recognized as probably the best sites early on, and they're still the sites, or was there kind of wholesale changes for a lot of those?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Commissioner Cross. I would say that there certainly are a few attributes and similarities, but I would say in most part they're wholesale changes, because there wasn't a surface use agreement that was used from the SRC that came over from PDC. We may have made an amendment to a surface use agreement and worked with that same surface owner that we had a surface use agreement with. That was one of the 33 locations at the SRC vintage CBP, but transferring it over to PDC where we're at, it was really adapting to consolidated of wells, utilizing really the technologies that Mr. Cochier's really talked about in his presentation, and maybe through some of the responses that are on the questions, and then extended reach laterals. And then I would kind of come back a little bit to say that, our ability to step out or extend our laterals or get to the contact area of the particular unit has changed significantly just over the 3 years. And so really pounding in on that and really utilizing that to consolidate our locations down to, 33 down to 25 down to 22 was really the evolution of just technology over time.
And that's helpful, because I in looking at some of the sites, some of them looked very close or very similar, but some of them seemed further away, and so I wasn't sure kind of what was the precipice behind some of that. So that's helpful to know as well. One other thing that I wanted to ask about, and I guess I should have asked about it a little bit ago when you talked about meeting biannually with COGCC, is you also talked about meeting with the people within the CAP area as well. What kind of meetings do you foresee having with them? Do you foresee those being town halls like you had the three of before, more virtual town halls? What kind of reach out, what kind of meetings do you envision with that?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Cross. So I think right now we envision those as virtual meetings. We found that we get a lot more turnout from virtual. People just like that forum. But we'd be certainly open to doing one virtual and then one in person per year. What really worked for our neighborhood meetings in September was we were able to offer a lot. So we offered 3 in different locations, so people could go to the location that was best for them, right? Above and beyond that, I mean, sometimes people just don't like to travel, people have work commitments. So we found virtual works best. But like I said, we'd be certainly open to exploring different possibilities depending on any feedback we got from the public. And above and beyond that, I think that we really would like to see this as an update meeting for them, and also one where we can still get feedback. So do people have questions? Do people still have concerns? They can still come to us with that. As I mentioned in my presentation, we don't see the engagement as stopping today. We think that's an ongoing process, especially through the OGDP process, and want to continue committing to taking people's feedback into consideration. So I'd love to see it as an update meeting, and then above and beyond that, certainly taking people's feedback and continuing that engagement.
I appreciate that. And again, switching gears, I was going to talk about some of the sites. And again, I think Commissioner Messner asked some of the questions I had with respect to the kind of the commitment without the preliminary siting. So I won't go into that again. And I wanted to talk about, without going into all the ones that had a little bit higher RBU numbers, but one of them that was higher in the RBU numbers was the capital site. And did I see, you said that site was changed as well? You lowered the number of wells and the size of the pad for the capital site?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner. Yeah, it did. It originated as a 16 well site. We had 8 of those wells going northbound and 8 of those wells going westbound. And then really what set off the chain of events was the elimination of the flat iron pad. So when we took the flat iron pad off the table, really to reduce those 29 residential building units, we extended, thank you, we extended the Sanford laterals 3 1/4 miles, and then the Quandary wells 3 miles. Leaving no real need to have the 8 additional wells at the capital site, because it took over, if you can see that small, there was a home stake, what we called the home stake unit. We took those wells off because essentially the Quandary extension laterals took that mineral development area, leaving the capital location only a need for it to go northbound. So we extended our laterals at the capital location for that 3 miles, which gave us the opportunity to reduce our surface location and take those 12 RBUs off out of the 2,000 foot radius there.
Okay, so the reduction in size did help with the number of RBUs, but operationally it's not going to have significant impacts.
Yeah, I mean, we went from 16 wells down to 8 wells.
Okay, and I think that's a big question that I wanted to try and get at there, is to see what kind of impact it would be having.
Can we hold on, Corey? Can you go to the slide with the each location and their tons per year? Because I think, you know,
Slide 56.
Okay.
I just wanted to quickly point out, when you look at the emissions that we've estimated for the capital, it's one of the smaller sites. So, and you can kind of look across at all the sites that we have those RBUs at. The capital, for example, the Blackburn, and we do have these are smaller facilities emitting smaller emissions. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that here real quick as we're talking about these.
Yep, and the Thera as well. So
there as well.
I just think it kind of rounds out the story of the protections that are in place.
Okay. And so one other, with respect to the sites that I wanted to think about, looking back at the site visits that I did, the Belford is on top of a hill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for that one of the considerations was you couldn't go north because of surface owner concerns, but you couldn't go east because of a drainage ditch.
So yeah, you're correct in your statement that we couldn't go eastbound because there's a significant drop off in a drainage ditch that would allowed us not to even be able to feasibly locate a pad on. That's, in addressing your question going northbound, that particular area and that surface owner has been working with the town of Milliken to subdivide or plat out a home, a residential subdivision. And when consulting with that owner, he was not open really to have a surface location on his property because his future plans to plat that property and make that a residential development. So that was the reason for not moving that particular site northbound.
Okay, and is that potential subdivision and development taken into account in terms of the timing of the production, so that can get done before any subdivision may happen, or ideally get done before subdivision may happen?
So far, it is on our schedule. We're very cognizant of his development that he has going on. Right now, Corey, I don't know if you can pull up our development schedule, Vanessa's slide 4 or 5. But that's part of PDC's commitment to if we do start seeing some of those types of development near some of the paths, specifically the Belford location, that would be our indication to say, okay, let's see if we can try to make a move to pull this up on our schedule, because certainly that's exactly what we're doing with the bypass and the Denali, is that we see that Greeley's expansion is certainly heading westbound. And one of the major reasons why we placed the bypass and Denali on the top of our development schedule is that we want to try to execute those from a development standpoint quickly before encroachment becomes too close. Okay. Same thing with the Belford. Right now it's slated, trying to read on here, in that 2027 timeframe. When talking with him, that seemed to be plausible, but I know certain things that can change. Now, if his schedule changes, we can certainly try to pull that Belford up the schedule.
So the RB, well, I'd say the majority of the RBUs for the Belford are not to the north now, they're to the west, correct?
The current residential building units that are pulled in within the 2,000 feet, we have there's 24 residential building units between the 1,501 to 2,000 feet. Those are all on the west side of Highway 257 in a subdivision called the Mad Russian Golf Course. We've done significant door knocking. Similar to what Natalie presented in her portion, was that we've reached out with notice letters. They were all invited to the community meetings, virtual town halls. Our response has been no concerns at this point.
I think that's helpful. We talked a little bit about that, and I think the next question's probably for Mr. Coshier. Slide 51. Sorry, I take that back. Slide 53, the pre-production emission changes. I noticed pretty big changes here, so it would be helpful, I think, if you could just provide a little bit more detail on kind of the revisions here, because I think this was also talked about in some of the earlier comments today. So I think this would be helpful.
Sure, Commissioner Cross, that's actually me. I'll answer that question. So when CDPHE kind of contacted us in October, we had what you see in the original application of a pre-production of 21.37, and that results from our understanding of our completions per well at that time. So we were assuming 5.9. That was when I went back and spoke to our completions supervisor, that was actually has been reduced quite a bit to 2.9. And so when CDPHE was comparing this 21.37 to other, to specifically Crestone's application, Crestone had applied a load factor to their their engines, which is a fair thing to do because very rarely engines run at 100% load. It's not what happens in the real world. So we actually went back, not only spoke to our completion supervisor to get a better understanding of our completions operations happening right now. We also kind of examined, we also took into account that same load factor that Crestone did. So CDPHE would have an opportunity to kind of compare apples to apples. So we actually presented that result in the revised application we submitted in November. But upon talking with CDPHE, we realized that our fuel use was a much more accurate representation of what is happening with the engines, what exactly the throughput is, what exactly the emissions are. So we took our 2022 completions fuel use and kind of did an average per well of that to get an actual, what we think is a more realistic and accurate number of what's happening in the field. So not using a kind of a best practice load factor, but using an actual value. So that's where you get that 2.63 tons per year. And this reduction is a result of a few things. Operational efficiencies for being one. We were pumping more fluid at a higher rate down, which decreased our time. And then some new technology called the EnduraFrac, which is basically an automated valve opening and closing type situation. I don't know the technology quite as well as maybe our completion supervisor could tell it. But what that did was actually reduce the time for completions as well as reducing the number of people that had to be in that hot zone, because now we can do it remotely instead of having people. So it was actually a win-win, not only from an emissions perspective, but a safety perspective as well. And what Rick mentioned and I mentioned is the need to really kind of standardize how we do these emissions across industry. So we're comparing apples to apples. And so that's what we'll be working with CDPHE here in the next couple months, is to kind of standardize a template so that when you see these emissions moving forward, we know we're comparing apples to apples.
And so I'm clear, Mr. Sura provided some numbers about NOx and VOCs and HAPs in relation to the changes that were done in APCD's calculations. Is that related to this?
He presented our original application numbers in his presentation, but that is not the November 22 revisions, which is what CDPHE, COGCC, PDC, and Will County kind of reached consensus on as being the more accurate emissions. So I would not use those original applications as what's happening currently in the field today.
Okay. I appreciate the time. I know that was lengthy questioning, but I think that's all the questions I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Great.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may interrupt, I just want to offer a friendly reminder that Mr. Sura is not a party to the hearing today, that he was a public commenter. He had 6 minutes.
It's okay. We're not recognizing Mr. Sura. I agree with that point because we don't re-recognize members of the public. So you'll note that he's not been elevated to the panel.
Thank you very much.
I do think if there's a desire of commissioners to ask questions of anyone, we can certainly do that, but I am cognizant of creating the appropriate record. So with that, Commissioner Ackerman, you've not had a chance to ask questions of the panel. Do you want to go next? Do you have questions? What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions and points of clarification. Recognizing that we're 11 minutes from our set timeline, I certainly am happy to defer to you if you'd like to conclude and save my questions for later time.
Why don't you go for it? And we may go a little bit late just to try to get through questions tonight, if at all possible.
Sounds good. Thank you. Mine will be very brief. They've largely been touched on by my fellow commissioners. I did want to just get a couple of points of clarification, and I think that's about it. If I missed it, I apologize. And if so, can you please reiterate? I think maybe this is to you, Mr. Cocchieri. On the plugging timeline associated with the wells that you intend to plug, recognizing that you have control over the ones that are owned by PDC and less so through negotiation with other operators over the other half. What kind of a timeline are you looking at for the well plugging operations?
So I would say a good thing to look at is our completion schedule in those green bars on, I think, slide 7. But the offset wells to those developments are going to be plugged at the time right prior to frac. So I think that's a good basis to kind of march through our development of when wells in the areas will be going away.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So the intent and the approach is to do it on a geographic basis, that as you develop an area, you're plugging the remaining historic legacy wells in that area.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I also wanted to, and this is back to slide 54, Ms. Knaup, that, and I don't know that we need to pull that up. We've pulled it up a couple of times, but we've talked extensively. We heard from a number of commenters earlier today about the concern for cumulative impacts, particularly with the number of new wells that would be ostensibly approved, recognizing again that each well must be approved on an OGDP level through this cap. And assertions were made that these are cumulative impacts with regard to NOx and VOCs and certainly ozone as as compared to the existing baseline. And then we're kind of having a separate discussion about the plugging of wells. And then slide 54, we talked about a potential 58% reduction overall at a minimum with regard to pollutants. And so I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear here that PDC's assertion that this development will result in an overall reduction and kind of downward trend in long-term emissions through the life of this project, as opposed to leaving the legacy wells in place? Or is this a cumulative impact with today's baseline? Can you just clarify the record for me?
Sure, I think I can answer that question for you, Commissioner Ackerman. It's a good one, and I know these slides are a bit confusing, and air emissions can be quite confusing as well, so I'm happy to provide some clarity. The answer is yes. We are committing to a 58% reduction in VOCs by plugging and reclaiming those wells that PDC owns. We imagine that that percentage will actually be a little bit higher when we include the other operators' wells in there as well, but we just couldn't with confidence come up with an emission estimate for them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And for clarification, further clarification, the statement that I believe you're making is that that's an overall reduction, not a reduction in just those wells that are being reclaimed, right? In producing wells currently. This is the delta we're talking about.
The delta is the difference between the approximately 140 tons per year that these wells are actively, I guess, emitting is not the right word, but contributing to emissions at their facility level compared to the amount of emissions, VOC emissions that this new development would produce in a given year. And we compare that to the highest year, which is 2029, which is 60.39 tons. I think the graph is coming back up. I know you said not to, maybe it is, I'm not sure. There's a B there now. And so that is kind of how we're comparing it. You will see also on that graph too, we can speak to VOCs pretty confidently there. When in respect to NOx emissions, you see that big drop between 2029 and 2030. That's probably the largest drop you see with NOx and CO. That's a direct result of our completions program ending. That 33.67 tons in 2030 is primarily a result from our separator burners. And Brian Co-Chair has already spoken to, we are piloting electric separator burners at 2 facilities, and we're pretty confident that will become a permanent BMP going forward on these CAP facilities. We just want to make sure that they work effectively for our separators before we can commit to that, but it's looking good so far. So that, that NOx emissions from 2030 to 2037 ostensibly will likely go away because of that advancement. And then for NOx above that line, primarily resulting from completions engines. And I think we've talked quite a bit about our commitment to kind of chase the technology with that too. So we're really well aware of where we need to kind of improve. I hope that answered your question. I think I went above your question, but
Well stated, Ms. Knopf. Thank you. It did answer my question, and not only that, it answered my next question, which was associated with the technology on the reduction on the separators. And so I appreciate you clarifying that statement as well. I also wanted to, before I move on to my final question, I just wanted to state that at this time we're talking, a lot about cumulative impacts, and we have further discussion going on, as was intimated by Commissioner Cross this week. I do think that it's important that we really ferret out the details with regard to what technological advancements can lend to that endeavor to reduce our ozone levels and to reduce emissions. I think that it's really important that we make that part of the discussion, and that we are very careful to point out the delta in these cases where we are approving new wells, which would ostensibly add to the cumulative impacts, but with offsets in effect decrease the, get us closer to our goal of reducing emissions. And so I appreciate the extended discussion there. I did want to talk just briefly about the Belford and Yale sites. Commissioner Cross brought up the Belford site, and both of those sites are in HPH mule deer habitat. And we didn't talk extensively about this. Mr. Moret, kind of quickly passed over because he was just a little bit of time. And we focused mostly upon the eagle nest at the Denali and at the Denali site and the bypass site. But can you talk just a little bit, and I don't know who the appropriate person would be to do this, but talk a little bit about, my understanding is CPW didn't just say, yeah, okay, go ahead on the Yale site and the Belford site, even though they're in HPH, have at it. Can you talk a little bit about what PDC is doing in order to mitigate those sites that are in mule deer HPH?
Yes, this is Zach. Thank you for the question there, Commissioner Ackerman. And we've been consulting with the CPW on the Belford and Yale locations for close to 18 months now, especially on the Belford location. PDC is well aware that they're in the mule deer HPH layer. And what we've been trying to work on is finding what mitigation measures we need to pursue in order to offset those impacts, whether that be the site-specific mitigation fee, finding offset areas that PDC can then partner with the CPW to have more of a restoration or rehabilitation project that offsets those impacts. And then the other third option that has come up in conversation between Mr. Moret and myself are some form of conservation easements. These three options have been discussed at detail within PDC, and pending which direction the CPW recommends that we go, PDC will follow their lead. We've looked at other BMPs that are in the area that are available in the area through on-site consultations. I believe Mr. Moret had several of his staff on locations for the Yale consultation, and we talked through several BMPs, wildlife fencing, cones on top of burners, and other mitigation measures that can be put into place to protect wildlife resources at both of those locations.
Thanks for that response, Mr. Liesenfeld. And we would expect to see those details come forth in the individual OGDPs for those pads. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We are currently in the process of developing very detailed wildlife mitigation plans for both of those measures, and they will encompass all wildlife aspects of the wildlife HPH and any surface water concerns that might arise from both those locations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then just one more kind of overall one correction of the record, because terminology. And so the Belford site, we talked about a ditch on the east side. Really, it's a tributary drainage to the Little Thompson. It's not a man-made ditch back there. And so it is significant mule deer habitat and a mule deer pathway from the Little Thompson up to the Belford site. I also wanted to give my thanks to PDC for preparing a CAP-wide wildlife mitigation plan. It was pointed out that that was not a requirement of the CAP. I think it is a best practice. I think it creates a situation and a pathway by which this operator could plan around wildlife. And we heard from CPW in their opening comments, and Mr. Moret's opening comments, thanks for working around wildlife habitat before they even went to CPW. And I think a big part of that is thinking at the CAP level and being able to put together a plan that helps avoid those impacts. And so I just wanted to hold this up as an example of a good way to approach wildlife in a CAP. And I wanted to echo my fellow commissioners' comments that I do feel like this is a good comprehensive plan. I think it is, detail oriented where it needs to be. And I think it gives us enough information to actually take a look at what the overall impacts are going to be of this CAP. Just for the record, I do share the cautions of my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Messner, about 604B does provide a very strong pathway at the OGDP level. And so I do want to make sure that we're being as careful as we possibly can at the CAP level. And I'll have a few more comments on that during commissioner comments. So, Mr. Chair, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Great. I have a few questions. Are you guys willing to go a little past 6 here? And then we can kind of wrap up questions and then come back tomorrow. Okay. First question gets back to the proximity question in the RBUs. And I think I saw on one of your slides, if we focus in on the folks that are within 2,000 feet, slide 35 was a slide that talked about feedback that you received from folks within 2,000 feet. And if I'm reading that correctly, there was one person that spoke to proximity. It's kind of the third or fourth bullet over to the right. Can you talk to me about that? I'm just trying to get a sense of, if we've got 149 people that are within 2,000 or homes that are within 2,000 feet, what is the perspective you gleaned from those people relevant to that proximity question?
Sure, and thank you for your question, Chair Robbins. So the question in particular was around where the pad was in relation to their property. So I think they just wanted to have a better understanding of, I think one of their main concerns also ties to the aesthetics piece, because they were wondering if the pad was going to inhibit their view. And when they found that the location was where it was and that it wouldn't inhibit their view, that they were good with the plan.
Okay, so the issue wasn't a public health concern from the impacted RBU.
Right. I have not spoken with anyone within 2,000 feet that have expressed health concerns from the proximity of the locations to their home.
Okay. And on slide 40, you noted kind of where the public comments sort of came from. And there were 29 from Weld County, 22 in support and 7 opposed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know whether those 7 were RBUs within 100 of the 149, or was it just general Weld County citizens?
You know, we were able to gather the information based on what we could find on the internet, and so we don't believe that they're within 2,000 feet of the proposed locations, but obviously, you know, there's no way for us to really know. And I think kind of to piggyback off of that, I haven't spoken, and I think Mr. Duras can also speak to this, but we haven't spoken with anyone within 2,000 feet who is against the project.
Okay. That's actually kind of the bigger question that I wanted to get on the record. So thank you for that. So Ms. Speedson, and maybe I didn't pronounce your last name. So that helps me get perspective on kind of like current state. But you're going to be developing these wells, assuming, you know, if they get approved over the course of a 10-year period. New homes may develop that are within 2,000 feet on vacant land, I suppose, is a hypothetical. Or someone that is within 2,000 feet might sell their home to someone else, right? I mean, that potentially could happen. What is PDC's plan to ensure that a homeowner that's developing a new home that is close to a well that might get permitted or might get, drilled 3 or 4 years out, or to someone that is an innocent buyer and then they didn't know about it? What kind of plan do you have in place to ensure continued information to folks that may move into the area via one of the homes near there, or that they may develop one? And I say that because even though I know this was recorded in Weld County Real Property Records, I know that most folks don't really look at their title work before they put a contract down, and probably 90% don't look at it when they're at the closing table. So I'm trying to figure out what we can do to ensure continued information to those people.
Sure, I'll probably kick it over to Mr. DeRose here shortly, but I did want to reiterate our ongoing engagement that we've committed to, and that includes biannual community meetings. And so that would be re-pulling the list, right, from the assessor's website. So if someone new moves in, if someone sells their house, if a new home is built, we would get an invite to those individuals and they would have the opportunity to come and engage with PDC staff. Additionally, for people within 2,000 feet, we would be sending notices prior to each phase of operation. And obviously that's a little bit down the line. And I think that maybe what you're talking about is earlier engagement, right? So those community meetings, and as I mentioned, you know, we're still open to engaging with people within 2,000 feet and beyond. I mean, we certainly don't believe that we stop today and want to continue taking their public comments and taking their feedback and incorporating those into our plans.
I think what I'm talking about is there something that you can do that would ensure that someone who is contemplating moving into the area where there will be future oil and gas development, they could be aware of it before they make that decision? I'm thinking signs at the locations. And just like say, proposed future oil and gas development will go here, and leaving those signs up throughout the duration until the development happens. And I know that sounds corny, but you know, people, that might be a good method to ensure that people are fully aware of, you know, opportunities when they're buying the most important investment, you know, in their life, their home. And y'all can think about that if you want to overnight, but it's something I would like to suggest. Mr. Lepore?
I want to make sure Mr. DeRose doesn't want to weigh in. Mr. Chairman, I will also tell you that in 2016, the legislature passed legislation requiring notice to owners when they buy a house that there could be oil and gas development in the area. I will pull that statutory citation for you and have it for you. But that was a consequence of, you know, the very things that we're talking about. And I also think the situation of the private owner selling to another private owner is different than I'm going to build a new home. I assume if you build a new home, you need a permit from the county, and that's when the fact that this is a recorded scenario becomes relevant. Or if you're buying a new home in a new subdivision, and I think Mr. DeRose might have some thoughts about that.
Yeah, although most new homes are built by developers who don't necessarily have a lot of incentive to tell everybody about everything. So I don't know, tuck away the signs thing, think about it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It would just be, you know, some sign that people would notice. It would be on the 22 locations. You know, it's an idea that I think has some merit. Can someone describe for me the anticipated timeline of OGDP submission, particularly related to the timing of operations? So like how much time will elapse between OGDP approval and commencement of operations? I know y'all talked about 6 phases, 4 wells in each phase. What's the timing? Are we going to have one of those phases at a time? And then how quickly does that get developed? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for the question, Chair Robbins. I think we need to go probably a minimum, a very minimum of a year, because we need to take into account the fact that once the OGDP is submitted and ultimately approved, that's just the Form 2A, that's just the site itself. But then we have to go back to the commission and we have to get the Form 2s. So that is a process in itself to get the approval for the actual well bores. So in needing time to put all of those pieces together, as well as construct the location so that we can meet the development timeline, we will have to be well ahead of schedule on the OGDPs.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And these questions are kind of all over the place, but most of the really good questions were already asked. So I'm stuck with the remainder ones. Talk to me a little bit about some of the work that you're doing that is, these longer laterals that weren't in, in play back when y'all first started thinking about this? I think 3.25 mile, perhaps, Brian, or I'm sorry, Mr. Koshier. And how risky is that? How comfortable are you with that? And am I making this up? Are you not doing really long laterals that you didn't used to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I would say through the evolution of this application, initially we went in with like a development area with a box around it of where we can site locations and how long we can do laterals. I think as we progressed through mission change, as we continue to evolve in technology, we started looking at lateral lengths a bit differently, in that it was, where can we find the most protective location to develop these minerals? So out of the pre-app process, we listened to the concerns and said, hey, is there a way to eliminate locations and extend these laterals? Like I testified to, we have 12 wells currently that we have drilled and completed and brought on production, to understand, how the feasibility of these 3 mile laterals. And what we fight with 3 mile laterals is friction. You battle friction. So it's almost an inverse relationship to how far you can depart from or step out from your location to hit minerals, to how far you can go laterally. Meaning that, the further you go laterally, the less you can actually, step out and depart from that location. So really, if you look at the Quandary location, which has 3 mile laterals drilling east, I mean, that's a big deal, because those are full section laterals, in that, it covers a full section. The ones going north really step out 3,500 feet, then go 3 miles laterally. So when we evaluate these, like I said, it's the most protective location, but you incorporate the evaluation of risk into it. So what you're risking is losing a partial wellbore, all of a wellbore, or just spending a lot of time to develop that due to the battle of friction, where you have a higher likelihood of getting tools stuck. Now, we'll say we just brought our 12th 3 mile lateral on over the last couple months. While we were drilling out that well, we were actually stuck for about 6 or 7 days in lateral with pressure behind us. So in the risk, you choose what you want to take on and what you're willing to lose, with the end goal being the most protective location. But I will say, 3 mile lateral location isn't inherently more protected than a 1.5 or 2 mile lateral location. The location is the most important thing. Then we'll figure out how to access the minerals from there.
But you can access more minerals.
Yes,
obviously. So let me follow up on that. So I don't have the specific numbers, but you started in 2018 as SRC, and there were maybe 35 locations. And then in 2020, there was an amendment, and it got down to like maybe 25 and something ish.
Yeah.
Now at 2022, you're at 20. In 2022, you're at 22 locations. Thank you. There's the slide.
Yeah.
So if we were to grant this application, you would have a 10-year right to develop along the course these 22 locations. That's a long time. If we've seen that over the course of the last 4 years, technological advancements have allowed you to reduce locations, by a pretty good factor, we couldn't force you to come back and like reduce locations, because you're going to have a right. But wouldn't it be in PDC's interest if technological innovations allow for further consolidation because of longer drills or whatever it may be, that you might want to volitionally come back to commission and seek an amendment to the proposed cap? Or am I dreaming?
No, I mean, if you look at 33 locations, over 2/3 of the mineral acreage in front of you today, it did go down to 25 and then 22. But, when we're talking about preliminary siting of these 22, this is the most protective plan that we can put in front of you today. And this is what we can commit to today. And then this is what we, can build our infrastructure to. Now, as the development progresses and we get more and more of these laterals in our inventory and understand and utilize new technology, there is an opportunity that we would, come to you and say, through our, biannual meetings or OGDPs that, yes, we can consolidate. But we can't commit to that right now. The only thing we can commit to is evolving the technology and trying to, continually reduce and eliminate.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that you commit to that now. I'm just sort of making a record that it seems like it continue, given all the work that you've been talking about and PDC's ethic and the work they're doing, that you would be irresponsible if you're not continuously sort of looking at your plans and ensuring that it's in the most protective fashion and, probably, less costly if you're consolidating. Is that accurate, or am I?
Oh, no, that's accurate. We're always looking at ways to evolve. And
Okay.
yes, it's 10 years, and that is a long time. So, I mean, within those 10 years, as things advance, there is opportunity for us to come with a modified plan.
Okay. To segue off of that, you've talked a lot about the biannual meetings, and all of you've talked about the fact that it's quote evergreen. And you've talked that, if better BMPs develop, it better to, you're going to have those, on your OGDPs, right? Didn't misstate any of that. That's your plan, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where do I find the language around that commitment within this application or within the BMP approval or whatever? I mean, I should have found it, but like, where do I find that commitment?
We have it in our slide pack, but I think we can certainly take pencil to paper and develop some COAs of those commitments that would make everyone feel comfortable.
I think that is something that we absolutely want to have as a COA or a BMP or both.
Yep.
And if y'all want to work on that overnight, that would make me very happy.
Certainly.
Lastly, so if you get preliminary siting, you're committing to all these good things, including infrastructure and pipelines and electricity, et cetera. Those first couple of pads are slated for 2024. Is the infrastructure going to be there for those pads too?
We've already been working on those, knowing the timeline that we're looking at from approval to development. So those are already in the works. And I guess we've taken a leap, trusting we'll get through the other side to be able to developing, but those are already in the works with our utility provider. Like I said, for water, we're fortunate we have an existing infrastructure in the north, which is extending down. So it's kind of that, and that's why we chose a development area, because it's just kind of a bolt on from existing development. But those are already happening, and that commitment stands for those locations that we first developed.
Okay. All right, that is the questions that I have for you this evening. With that, Mr. Lepore, do you feel a need to wrap up after all these Q&As? Do you want to take it under advisement and come back and have an opportunity to close tomorrow? What's your druther?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the question. I think what I'd first like to do is talk together a little bit about the process.
Oh, I was going to talk about that too. I've got some ideas
tomorrow and maybe tonight. I don't know. I think we would be inclined to close the record at this point if you have finished your questions and proceed with deliberations. If you're done for tonight, so be it. But you did mention some conflicts in the morning and then conflicts in the afternoon. So can we talk through what that looks like?
So commissioners, I'm looking at you. What are your thoughts about, I guess I was of the opinion that maybe we'll stop this evening, give us a chance to sort of cogitate on it overnight, come back at, I was going to say 8:30 in the morning, and see if there's any final questions, and then close the record and then move into deliberations. We could certainly, keep at it this evening if you feel that would be better. It's totally to the discretion of the commission in terms of what you want to do. I'm not, if we do go overnight, I don't want to close the record because we may develop questions that we would want to ask the applicant about tomorrow. I'm probably more inclined to stop for now and come back in the morning, but I could be overruled.
And Mr. Chair, sorry, but I think I understood you to say that we have to stop at 10 a.m. tomorrow for another presentation.
We do, but
And then
I
you
mean,
also
at least,
said you
at
are
least
not
this,
available in the afternoon.
yes, but at least this commissioner, I don't have any more real questions. I'm of the opinion we're going to move into deliberations pretty quick. That gives us an hour and a half to deliberate, which seems enough to me. But that's another solid question for my fellow commissioners. Where do you guys find yourselves in terms of this evening? And if we do stop tonight, how much time do you want to have for final questions and deliberations in the morning? We could start at 8. We do have a hard stop at 10 for cumulative impacts. That probably is going to last 45 minutes, and then we could start back up and have another hour and a half or so before I've got to leave for a different commitment that I apologize for. Commissioner Messner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think that makes sense. I don't want to close the record. I would like to keep the record open until tomorrow morning in case I have a question. I think it only benefits the operator to be able to keep the record open and be able to answer any questions I may have. But I'm fine starting at 8 or 8:30 and then go until 10 and then finishing up at noon. I do think that we'd be able to accomplish it within that time frame. I can't think of any question that I would ask the operator tomorrow, but I may have a question for, CDPHE or whoever. So.
Okay. Well, better safe than sorry. If we were to adjourn for the evening, maybe we should come back at 8 and just give us a full 2 hours before we have to have our other matter heard. I see slow nodding of heads up and down. Mr. Lepore, will you and your group be available at 8?
Unless somebody says something to me very, very quickly, the answer is yes.
That's the right answer, by the way.
Thank you. I'll put that in the win column for today.
Okay, so I think with that, we will adjourn for the evening and return tomorrow morning, December 8th at 8 a.m. In a virtual format once again. And we will start with any additional commissioner questions. Following that, we'll close the record and then we will move to commissioner deliberations. And we've got a block of time from 8 to 10 for that. And then from, 10:45-ish to noon, which I think should be sufficient to get through this matter for commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, just to, final point, it's been a long day, but it's been a very productive day. I want to thank first our staff. They have been involved in this for many years. The amount of effort that has been put into this is phenomenal. And I'm really, really appreciative of the work there. I also want to thank PDC for the work that you've done here. I know this has been a lot of work for you as well. I echo my fellow commissioners that this is a top-notch comprehensive area plan. We'll see where we go with it, but the effort on both parts is good. And I also want to thank the 180 or some odd stakeholders that took time today to be with us and provide perspective from all sides. That is absolutely critical and helpful. We created a lot of transparency with our mission change rules so that we could hear from everybody. We did hear from a lot of people. We had a lot of written comment, upwards of 80 written comments that people took time to put into the record. All of that is helpful and I think creates the correct permitting environment for Colorado as we try to continue down the road of SB 181 and mission change permitting. So leaving it on a positive note, thanks everybody for all of that. I'll look for a motion to adjourn until December 8th at 8 a.m.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Messner, second by Commissioner Cross. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Great. We'll see everybody in the morning.